Honk. Once again, the honk introduces us all to another stream. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday stream. It is May 14th, 2022. It's about 8:30 p.m. Eastern in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, etc., etc. And I hope everyone is looking forward to the game that you see on your screen as we continue on with more Triangle Strategy. For those of you who were tuning in expecting that you were going to see Eberron today, I also thought that we were going to see Eberron today, but we had a couple of last-minute schedule conflicts for family issues, which, obviously have to take precedence over this. And so as a consequence, we were not able to do today. The good news for those of you who are like the big Eberron fans, as I am one myself, will be happy to know that Eberron is going to be doing, of course, their epic marathon session as part of ArvCon in just 2 short weeks. I guess 2 weeks from tomorrow, technically, because it'll be happening on Sunday, the 29th. But the idea is that there will be an 8-hour session, so you'll get your full thing altogether of Eberron. That will be happening. But they could not get that done today. So as a consequence, we are going to continue with Triangle Strategy today. And I'm going to talk more about that. We'll get into that in just a second. First of all, just a couple of ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvanelleron.com, financially !ArvShop for the merchandise area, !ArvTreon for the Patreon. That is always a good way to support us. And if you haven't already done so, you can also consider subscribing to the channel, which gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and will allow you also to get inspirations to help our players. And I guess, in a way, we've had a couple of these things where we've had to reschedule. We are going to get everybody in. In the end, we're going to get almost the same number of sessions we normally do in during the course of the month, but it means that there's going to be a lot of backloaded inspiration. So I expect to see inspirations going fast and furious over the next few weeks of tabletop play, which is going to be which will be fun to see. So in any case, that you can do by supporting the Patreon and again by subscribing to the channel. And if you haven't already done so, please consider checking out the publishing stuff we do as well. !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Grayshade KS for details about my Grayshade Kickstarter featuring both Athos Arts and Alligator Rally. Only 2 short weeks away now. Just a little over, I should say, 2 weeks away now from the official publication release of Grayshade the novel, and then 2 weeks after that is when the Grayshade Kickstarter goes live. So !Grayshade KS for more details about that, and I am very excited about that, as I have talked about before. As always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, Ukraine, to support the people of Ukraine who are fighting back against oppression and against an illegitimate and awful disruptive war, which has disrupted millions of Ukrainian citizens and people just trying to live their lives. This is a way that you can help fight back in our own small way by going to the links that are listed there upon that link. Now, as I mentioned, we have got some Sound Clash coming towards you tomorrow, so we are going to have some tabletop play tomorrow. We are going to have a Bag of Giving game with Cat Rambo. The game is called Monster Hearts, and that'll be happening on Monday. That is to benefit Trans Texas, so you're definitely going to want to make sure you stop by for that, and also Max Ottawa as well, I should say. Then we'll be off on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Sorry, not off on Tuesday. What am I saying? We will be off Wednesday, Thursday, but Tuesday we will have Adventures of Middle-earth, of course, which was rescheduled from last week. That looks like it is still on track. And then we will be playing our monthly Talisman Adventures game with the GOG crew over on Pen and Pixels on Tuesday afternoon. Then Wednesday and Thursday we're off. And then Friday of next week, we will be playing a little bit of, I think we have I think Friday we've got Espergenesis, yeah, because we rescheduled that from yesterday. Again, a lot of reschedules, have been happening just because of things here and there. But we are going to have, as I say, most of these sessions are all going to be gotten in the end, so it's all going to work out. So Friday, next Friday will be Espergenesis, and that'll be the next to last session, of course, of that campaign, Shadow of the Zephyr. And then Saturday the 21st will be Metroid Prime, and then we will move on from there because the following weekend, of course, is going to be ArvCon. So very exciting, a lot of stuff going on. I am very pleased about it. I talked about some of the giveaways and stuff yesterday. I will not talk about that today, but I do want to mention one quick thing, though, which is just about the screen that you're looking. Actually, two things. One of them is the screen you're looking at. You may notice that there is a missing component, and the missing component is I usually have the Patreon number up there, but for some reason the web page is not loading for me. I go to it and I get patreon.com/members, and it just circles and circles and circles forever, and I can't get to any part of Patreon. So I think there's something going on with them. All the other websites seem to be working okay, but not this one, so I don't know what the deal is. So anyway, no Patreon number right there at the moment, so just in case you're curious as to why that's not there. Secondly, for the second thing, I want to get rid of this, and then to turn on, we should be able to do that. There we go. Hi, everybody. That's a little unbright. Just turn that up slightly. And nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Much better. Hi, now you can all see me. So the other thing that I wanted to mention, also one note about my voice, you will see that I am still overriding. Yeah, it's 201 per month. But it's not, you mean you're able to see it? Because it's not popping up on my browser at all. I went there like 15 times and it's just circling forever. Yeah, it's not working for me. I don't know. It's not opening up for me. So anyway. Not a big deal. I will, I tried everything else. Twitch is working. Roll20 is working. All these other things are working. But how's, let's see, is my St. John's is working? Yeah, everything's working, but not that one. So I don't know. I don't use Chrome, but I guess I can double check quickly and see if it shows up on Chrome. Yeah, it is showing up on Chrome. Well, that's going to be a problem because I don't use Chrome. So, Oh, you're on Firefox. Well, that's my browser. So I don't know. It might be a regional thing. Anyway, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't want to waste time on it. But I will keep everyone updated on the Patreon listing as we go through. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, actually is related to Gone Eden, also known as, of course, Jennifer Brozek, who you almost saw tonight in Eberron, but you will see, of course, during ArvCon. And that is that I did want to mention that I talked about this with Garlic Tofu as well, that there is a silent auction, a SIFWA auction, I should say, that is going on right now to benefit the Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Writers of America, which actually I think has now been renamed just the Science Fiction. It is still the Science Fiction Fantasy Writers of America, but they're trying to rename themselves, I think, to just be Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association because they're, really international now at this point and have been for a while. But this is to benefit the charity of World Builders. We have done some work to benefit World Builders before on this channel. And so there is this annual silent auction, and Garlic Tofu has some stuff in there too. And in addition to that, we also have a couple of things being offered by specifically Jennifer Brozek. So there are two things to highlight. The first is a career session. The second is a coffee clutch, which is basically a hanging out with people and talking with them about various things relating to writing and otherwise. Just as I quickly pop this up, the featured items right now has things like Tuckerization by Mary Robinette Cole, a virtual author coffee clutch with Justina Ireland, some game books, Mistborn game books, and things like that. And if I jump down here and I go with, let's see, and I go with items per page, I want you to show me as many items as you can conceivably show me. Okay. Let's see. Do they have you by first name or by last name here, Gun Eden? Also, why is my thing? Oh, there we go. They have you by first name. Okay, so the items. Okay, so they have you in the first right. Okay, so let's see if I pop up view all items. You can also just do a search for it as well. And there we go. So we have a Tuckerization by Jennifer Brozek, although that has actually had some people bid on it already. And of course, Cat Rambo is also very involved in this too, as you might not be surprised to hear. Of course, Cat, big part of this channel also. And there is the author Coffee Clutch with Jennifer Brozek. And there are multiple seats available with that. And there's also a virtual career session with Jennifer Brozek. And this is a 30-minute one-on-one virtual career session with Jennifer Brozek, an award-winning author and editor and tie-in writer. So you can pick Jen's brain, if I'm not mistaken, about various things relating to the publishing industry and specifically looking at one's career and sort of developing one's career within the industry. I know from personal experience, having spoken to Jen on many occasions over the years, that Jen knows quite a bit about this. Her credentials should be obvious to anyone anyway that would be the case. But I can also personally attest to the fact that Jen does know a great deal about this stuff. And so it is more than worth your time and energy and effort, and specifically here, the coin, if you have it, to be able to bid on this. So the opening bid is $25 USD. You can sign in to bid, and the bid will go to a place called Panorama Global Fund. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, which will send that donation to World Builders, Inc. They have all the tax ID information there. And this is going to be running until May 16th, 2022. So that means there's not a lot of time left. You're talking about a day and about 18 hours or so before this thing closes at 3 p.m. Eastern on Monday, May 16th. So if you are interested in any of these things and you're like, wow, I have been extremely impressed with Jen. I wonder what kind of a person Nisiana, the player who plays Nisiana, what kind of a person would that person be? Now you have the opportunity yourself to be able to do those things. So that would be really helpful to be able to jump on board. So please consider doing that. That would be useful. And then say this again, all of the funds benefit. Yeah, and there's garlic tofu, and I mentioned, and there's the links there as well. All the funds benefit SIFWA programs. That's not what I'm seeing. What I see on this page is, quote, Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America has partnered once again with World Builders, an organization of geeks doing good that supports humanitarian efforts worldwide, to run our annual silent auction. Oh, so they're running it? I don't understand. Why? So World Builders is running this charity, but it's benefiting SIFWA? Is there a reason SIFWA isn't facilitating SIFWA? Okay, I did not know that. All right, well, I have just joined SIFWA chat, so I don't know a lot about how the organization works. Okay, so then World Builders is the one that's actually running it. Okay, so never mind. Sorry, I thought that this was benefiting World Builders, and I guess it's not. I didn't know World Builders was doing other things other than supporting their own charity. Okay, so that SIFWA program. No. Oh, yeah. SIFWA programs, believe me, SIFWA itself is clearly a good thing. And yeah, I guess that makes more sense that people would be doing this to benefit SIFWA rather than just doing something directly with World Builders. Okay, sorry, I found that and still do find it slightly confusing. But my bad. So so the money here then is going not to that; it's going towards the various programs that support SIFWA. And I should say that SIFWA is involved in a lot of things, some of which you might know about publicly if you've seen the hashtag Disney must pay, which is trying to get Disney to pay its creators what it owes them. This started actually with Alan Dean Foster, was the first most prominent person that people found out about as an author who had basically been ripped off for years by Disney. But then obviously it expanded to hundreds and hundreds of creatives that have not been paid, but what Disney owes them, including creatives who are not members members of SIFWA, by the way. And SIFWA has somewhat of the resources and certainly the platform to be able to bring attention to that. So there's public stuff like that, but there's also behind the scenes programs like mentoring and support, financial and otherwise, especially medical financial support if authors run into difficulties, especially freelancers who, as some of the people in this chat could tell me better than I could try to tell the rest of you, freelancers who have to deal with issues like health insurance and stuff like that. So SIFWA is quite beneficial, believe me, and I am interested about. I'm very much in support of that sort of thing. So I am excited to be able to have that and to be able to support them. So I'm glad that they are doing it, and I'm glad that SIFWA is a part of this, and that we can support SIFWA this way. So yes, SIFWA Silent Auction in partnership with World Builders. My apologies for the misunderstanding. But the silent, again, I've only been in SIFWA for a month, so I didn't know how this worked. But now I do, and so this is worth it. And I do know that a lot of friends of mine and a lot of people that I know from the industry have had lots of things put in for this silent auction to support this organization, and so it's a good thing, and you should consider doing it to support SIFWA, but you should also consider doing it because some of the stuff is super cool, like Tuckerizations and things like that. So anyway, but that is that's that. So definitely make sure that you check that out, both for Gan Eden and for Garlic Tofu, and for that matter, and for Cat Rambo, and for Carlos, and for Premi Muhammad. I wonder if Michael Underwood is in that too. I don't know. I'd have to do some searches and check that stuff up. But in any case, that's good. So I am 3 books and a pin and swag for $15 is quite a deal. Yeah. Excuse me. So, so you should check it out. You should check it out and support that auction. And I did have a chance to look at some of the items, so it's going to be cool. All right. So with that said, we are going to get into some more triangle strategy, folks. And last night, the plot thickened big time. For those of you who were not here, Dragon found something in the mines that he was overseeing the building and construction of. And he decided, we still don't know what it is that he found, but whatever it was a big deal. He sent information to his cousin, I believe that's right, who is Gustadolf, who is the Duke of Esfrost, and basically sent him that information because he was like, hey, I've got some info for you, and I'll give it to you if you make me prime minister. Well, Gustadolf's brother is already prime minister. Gustadolf made him his prime minister. And so Dragon was doing some kind of a power play, and then basically not only did Esfrost attack the mines and kill all the miners and basically seize control of this thing, but they simultaneously launched an invasion of the castle of Glenbrook, of the nation, the kingdom of Glenbrook, and attacked basically like the city capital, which was completely overwhelmed and was completely unprepared for it. So they basically betrayed us, is what I'm saying, and nobody knows entirely why. Dracan, before he could tell us what he was doing, was shot and killed because, no survivors, loose lips, sink ships, and all that. So things, I would say, up to the ante as we start to move into Chapter 4. So there's a lot going on. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be nuts. All right, Arudinal, I'll catch you soon, man. So with that said, let us get into the game. Okay, let's do it up. We also bought the full game yesterday because we wrapped up the demo, which was a good, 8 hours or so, something like that. So it was definitely worth it. Square Enix, Art Dink, Unreal Engine, Cryware present ARV in Triangle Strategy. In a world in which many shapes are possible, one shape will demonstrate that even through its acute pain, it will have the right to equilaterally distribute strategies in triangle strategy. I was too busy missing a joke to actually see. Okay, there it is. You had the most exciting thing happen? That's good. I am interested to hear what that might be. Right. This is going to be a battle. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Very cool. Do, 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 do. Aha, the secret door. Spy stuff. That's awesome. Well, if it's a reaction anything like the way I felt when I saw my cover, I can totally get that.
Beneath the castle. Who would have thought?
None but the royal family knew of this secret. They were built as a last resort, should the worst come to pass.
We actually killed the builders. I mean,
doesn't appear anyone else has been down here before us. Father must still be
that's
within the
Vilnius.
castle.
Along with a host of enemy soldiers, they appear to have breached the gates.
It truly is Esfrost. But I do not understand why.
Yes, because there was one battle after you went to sleep. So we did indeed have a bouncy horse.
We will seek understanding later. For now, we must protect His Majesty and the royal family.
Oh, one thing that they mentioned is that there's going to get to a point where we're going to have to do some of, in fact, after this main story thing, we may need to do some basically practice mock battles in the encampment to get some leveling. I hate grinding, so I'm not going to do a lot of that, but I might do like one each of the sample battles because you can get some resources and things like that off of it. So,
aye, we'll smuggle them to safety one way or another.
We must take care. The castle has fallen into our enemy's hands.
yes. Mustn't charge carelessly into the enemy's blade. Time to find out what happened here. Oh, interesting. This is an exploration thing. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go with... Their like is not to be in the throne room. Invasions seek to remove the head of state. Move quickly. The king needs us. Hold fast, brave soldier. Pray, tell us what happened here. Gustadolf. He stormed the castle. No, this can't be. What would drive him to do such a thing? He's drawn his last breath. What drove my brother to such madness? That's a good question. The mining venture brought peace to the realm, and my betrothed little Frederica ties our nations together. Why would Esfrost commit such senseless violence? What can men do against such reckless hate? The enemy's already deep within the castle. They've made it look so simple. We must hasten to my father's side. As Lord of a high... Excuse me. As Lord of a high house, I swear to you I shall protect the king, come what may. I do not know what strength is in my blood, but I swear to you, I will not let the White City fall, nor our people fail. Our people. Our people. It is a blessing to have you at my side. I've never felt such courage. The King's Guard and Sir Maxwell be with Father. I have every hope they yet live. Well, Sir Maxwell's a dead man. Yet every second counts. You must make haste to the throne room, just as soon as I look at everything else. The only bodies here belong to the Royal Guard. The nobles themselves must have fled. Makes me sick thinking such cowards serve our king. Let's see. For the moment, we all share a common goal, survival. Truer words were never spoken. Lead the way, lad. We've king and country to save. We'll save the king, yes, but the kingdom will be another matter. We cannot defeat Esfrost alone. Aye, right ye are. Got caught up in the moment there. Kind of a jackass, to be honest with you. Enough talk, though, eh? Has frosty armor. What could possibly drive them to invade us? Obtained a stone. That's good because we use those for... Why is there always a cat in every one of these things? Maybe the cat did it. Damn it. We're too late. Nearly all the soldiers have perished. What could Esfrost possibly want with our kingdom? Do any of the King's Guard yet remain? If they've all been slain, I fear all is lost. Oh, there's something there. Yeah. My convictions have been strengthened. What would cause me to have conditions strengthened right now? Added commemoration ceremony program to notes. This is reminding me of some Final Fantasy music right here, by the way. Let's see. Archers and Arcanists attack from afar. Their objective is to wear down the enemy from a distance before the infantry moves into strike. This strategy is the best at mitigating casualties. Unfortunately, Arcanists tend to move slowly and have difficulty casting spells in succession. This has led many a commander to instruct infantry to move in first and weaken the enemies so that archers and Arcanists may then deal the felling blow. This tactic, however, incurs great damages to the front lines. It's advised that commanders allow archers and Arcanists to prepare before sending out the vanguard. Advancing is not the same as attacking. Patience can be the key to victory. One must also be aware of the position of their archers. Arrows are easy to avoid if shot from the front. Loosening them from a higher elevation increases their range and impact. The opposite is true of lower elevations. Archer's position greatly affects the power of one's forces. A diagonal shot is more likely to strike true. He who has the high ground has the advantage, Anakin. That's clearly what it says. Furthermore, magic spells are each tied to an element. Their power varies by opponent. Choose which spell to cast carefully. Magic stones. Yeah, I know about magic stones. Thanks, though. Shield builders and healers are key elements to a solid defense, but are unexpectedly difficult to use. Many commanders have failed to leverage them wisely on the field of battle. Shield bearers excel in defense and are generally placed near the main force or its leaders to prevent siege and flank attacks. Many of these units can push back enemies with their shields, which is particularly useful when facing stronger foes. Shield bearers are an essential unit to have one up against a rivaling general. Relentless attacks have costed me victory, but solid defenses never has. Only a fool attacks first and protects themselves later. A good defense must come before a good offense. And then healers. Okay, this is all stuff I already know. The Saltiron War, one of the fiercest wars raged in the realm of Norzelia, can be roughly divided into 3 periods. Before its onset, the Grand Duchy of Esfrost secretly contacted the Kingdom of Glenbrook and asked for an alliance to break his aunt's monopoly over salt. Glenbrook agreed. In exchange for their logistical support and permission to march through the kingdom, Glenbrook asked Esfrost for joint governance of the source. On the day the war began, the duchy's troops proceeded through Glenbrook and declared war on Izant as they rushed the Holy State's capital. Hyzant barely had time to close its gates, and the goddess's shield protected them from the onslaught. But their forces were unprepared, leaving them no choice but to take the defensive against Esfrost's iron might. In hopes of turning their position around, the Hierophants sought the aid of a clan that made their home in the northeastern reaches of modern-day Glenbrook. They called themselves House Wolfort, which is our people. Simon, lord of their house, heard the Hierophants' plea and made way for the Holy State with a small but elite force of warriors. Their bold attack broke through the duchy's encirclement and forced them to retreat to the border. It's effectively destroyed Esfrost's hopes of an early resolution. I wonder if this is all like an elaborate play for revenge against House Wolfort. I mean, Simon is still alive, so. The exploits of Simon Wolfort changed history. From that point forward, the Wolforts, which had been no more than a small clan in the area, became key in altering the course of the war. Okay. The fighting came to a standstill with Esfrost and Glenbrook on one side and Hyzant and Wolfort on the other. The war affected not only those on the battlefield, but all across Norzilia. Before long, the salt reserves that the duchy had amassed in anticipation of the war began to dwindle, and they realized they would not last much longer. In Hyzant, the Hierophants succumbed to illness. The Saintly Seven quarreled over who would succeed the Holy One, and the city descended into chaos. It is rumored that during the turmoil, the Roselle revolted and fled the source. Nothing was made official, but the rumor was likely true given the subsequent state of the city and the army's struggles. That's why people dislike them, I guess. Despite the growing fatigue of both parties, all nations involved were reluctant to retreat out of fear of public backlash, so the war dragged on. Battles small and large were waged, the fight at the renowned Citadel of the Sands among them. Details of the damages are still unknown to this day. The people and soldiers of all nations suffered greatly over the 30 years that came to be known as the Salt Iron War. Okay. Whoops, shoot. Okay, so here's the ceremony program. Opening remarks from each nation. Holy State of Hyzant, Minister Lila Viscraft of the Saintly Seven, Grand Duchy of Esfrost, Prime Minister Thalas Esfrost, Kingdom of Glenbrook, Lord Serenoa Wolfort, Representative of the Three High Houses. Host remarks, Kingdom of Glenbrook, His Royal Majesty King Ragnar Glenbrook. Merriment, tourney, award ceremony, closing remarks. Forget to leave time in there for other things, but... Alright. Now I think we're caught up on the notes. The emergency gates have barred the way forward. We must secure this area and press onward by force. That they've made it this far into the castle bodes ill. We must hurry. You're right, Benedict. Certainly must press on. Whoa. That's why you look everywhere. That's why you really look everywhere. Everyone always throws everything in a fountain. We all know this. Okay. We'll learn nothing more here. We must keep moving. Alright, here comes the battle. Recommended level 7. Where are my people at? We're a little low. Alright, well, I was planning on doing this anyway, so I might as well do it now. We are going to go do a couple of these other battles, folks. Because there's 4 battles in here that I can do. I'm going to go there. Alright, I should have done this before. So we're going to do basic training, and then we're going to do Pincer Attack, Combating Mages, and a Fair Fight. We're going to do these. That should get us up to level 7-ish, and then we can continue with the main part. Let's go. Okay, I know about Eridor, thank you. battle begins. Battle begins. Oh, Quietus.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
All right, so this... Okay, that's good to know. So I was wondering about this. So I have 2 Quietus points. This will allow me to recover an ally's HP, and I can do that for the whole battle. So that's useful. I would like you to go here.
I have your back.
Ready for more.
My
Okay.
turn.
Let them come to us. Come visible for 2 turns. Nice. I will.
Into the shadows.
Can't see me. You can't see me. And her name was Anna. Do-do-do. Boop,
My turn.
boop. Nope, can't do it. All right, I'm gonna. I want to stay here then. Want them to come closer to me.
From where shall we strike?
Shall we begin?
And turn.
Allow me.
Let's go.
Flames, heed my call. We can win this.
A little late on these shield
There
bearers.
is no mercy on the battlefield.
Let's see. We're also going to increase your
This is
speed.
our chance.
Let's increase your
I shall
speed.
do my best.
No.
Charge.
Okay.
I will go through if I must.
Zap.
This is the end.
Okay, good, good, good. This fight should not be difficult because I'm way over leveled for them.
For the honor of House Wolfort. Now I end this.
Yeah, you do. Wow. Stop hitting Frederica.
Let me heal your wounds.
Please do.
Be at ease.
Okay.
Keep fighting.
Let's go there.
Let me show you what I've learned. With the powers in
Of
me.
Grayskull. No.
I shall try my level best. You were overconfident.
Impossible! For victory!
Here's our bouncy horse, by the way.
Time to work.
From where shall we strike?
Love that hawk dive.
I shall do what I can.
And death.
You misjudged me!
There we go. Easy peasy. No spoils, huh? So I guess they just don't exist in that context. Don't be a stranger, alright? Alright, we did that. Next one is Pincer Attack. Alright, let's save it first. Okay. Now, the new people who showed up are higher level, so I'll definitely be able to bring them with us, but I'm leveling up the people who are not like that right now, so I have, like... Yes, that's good. We're good. Pincer Attack. The battle begins.
I see a path to victory.
His Vanguard Scarf is super useful. Okay. Okay, so you know what we're gonna do?
It is time to strike.
Oh?
Oh?
Time to work.
Okay.
Suffer.
Are you kidding me? Miss.
No!
Wow.
My turn.
Yeah, seriously. My turn. Yeah.
Brace yourself!
Yeah, I saw that coming. Critical hit for 7 damage, though, is not very impressive.
From where shall we strike?
First of all... yeah.
Ha! Ha ha!
This is good.
Nice. Doink.
Let
Ouch.
me heal your wounds.
Now you're fine. How about you cure yourself? How's that sound?
Be at ease.
We had bouncy horses. What about bouncy healers? Know what I'm saying? Bouncy healers. Damn it. Oh, I gotta wipe out that healer. I didn't see that. Nisiana, exactly. We need healing right now. Can I get... Okay, first of all, goodbye.
To ashes.
You've been scorched.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
God damn it. I ended the turn by accident. It's the second time I've done that.
My turn. Sound strike. One more. This is the end. Sound strike. One more.
Charge!
And you're dead.
It ends here.
Hey, what's up, Musky Bear?
My kingdom.
Yes, I've been playing it for a few days. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, actually, quite a bit. First of all, we need you to stop healing.
Now I end this.
Okay.
Shall we begin?
She's still in pretty good shape. Maybe I'll ever attack somebody.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me with that
struck
miss?
true. I shall try my level best.
Your luck has run out.
Okay. Saw that coming.
At this rate,
They got the biggest eye roll, really? They were not impressed with this? What? Really?
Two ashes.
They will see the error of their ways someday. Well, I gotta heal Frederica. I didn't realize
Oh no.
Frederica was that low. Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Victory is within reach.
Okay.
This is the end. Sound strike. One more.
Nice. See ya.
Charge! You don't stand a chance.
It's true, he didn't.
From where shall we strike?
perish.
I shall try my level best.
They're good.
I still don't know if I get those spoils or not.
Allow me.
On this one.
You have my gratitude.
Well, yes. I mean, obviously. That's
I
clearly
fight
the
for
main
peace.
error there. Hitting you with the book.
Yeah! We can win this! This is good. No!
Wow.
Your orders?
Walked right behind you, and that's what happens. However, not going to matter.
It's over.
Yeah, it is. Very easy peasy right there. Okay. Apparently, I found out that you end up unlocking on the second playthrough what part you're actually, whenever it says convictions have been strengthened, unity, morality, and liberty, I think, are the three things. And it keeps that concealed. So it's sort of like in the Telltale games, you know, like so-and-so will remember this. You are advancing those levels at some point, but in the second playthrough, you actually see by how much that happens, which is interesting, I think. All right, we got 2 down, 2 to go here. Now, those ones so far were super easy, but the ones we're going to be doing after this are not so much. This next one's going to be a little harder. Combating mages. How do you deal with mages? How do you solve a problem like the mages? Gotta take out the mages.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Now, this is a scenario where I do want them to get up there fast. So, oh, come on, man.
All for victory.
Ready for more.
Okay.
My turn.
Got to get up on them. You can't see me. Boop, 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 boop. The Frederica Gila ship, yeah. I can see that.
For victory.
I still can't get there? Man. All right, this is going to be... Oh, no, I can get there. Good.
This is it.
Did you really just hit me with your
Forward.
staff? Man, they're so cute at that age. So these ones are not going to come close to me. They're all range types. Like that.
Let me heal your wounds.
I think you're fine for right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to go there.
Very well.
Again,
Allow
really?
me.
Man, I can't wait till I'm able to counterattack. I've got to assume at some point you can. Well, you may be resistant, but I hit 2 of you, so...
Powers in me. What?
Scorch versus Scorch. Oh, I forgot that I was putting myself up there. Just hit me in the back of the head of the book.
Try out their weakness. for victory.
Ready for more.
Yeah, too young.
Sound strike.
Nice. And again, you can't see me.
Shadows conceal me.
Yeah.
My turn.
He means well, you know, but
Be gone. Did you see that?
You've left yourself open. For my kith and kin. From where shall we strike?
Leave it to me.
yeah, we're tearing these mages up. But there's no mercy on the battlefield.
No! I shall do what I can.
I'm just doing this because I find this funny. No, I back attack you.
That hit the mark! I will end this. Forgive me! This is good.
Forgive me.
One step closer to our hope.
Okay. Yeah, he'll get off a scorch or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Not that worried about it. That's the
There
last
is no
attack you're
mercy
going to get
on the
out.
battlefield. That seemed to work.
Fragile. Yeah, they were. Yeah. No, that's true. It's good vibes. And good night, Irene. Easy. Yeah, I was not a lot in that battle. I guess there was one other thing I could have gotten back there, but no big deal. All right, so that's 3 down. I got 1 more of these mock battles to go. Right? Yep. Fair fight, which is level 6, which is what most of my folks are. So... One second, chat. All right. Okay. All right. Last one of these battles. Let's go. Spirited Barkeep. 1 more. Now, I assume you can repeat these, but I'd rather not do that. This is a fair fight.
I see a path to victory.
This is mostly blades and ranged guys, so... Okay, I'm going to try to set this guy up as even more of a tank than he already is.
Aye, I'll keep on then.
My knowledge grows deeper.
Time to work.
Oh no, they're going to target her. They're not...
Shadows conceal me.
Okay, that's good. That's what I figured. And that's good, because I really do not want to be grinding. That is not of interest to me. We're going to go here. We're going to wait their arrival.
flight.
Forward!
Okay, can I wait any longer?
I'll take you on!
Okay. Sprint.
Push on through!
Yeah, no, and I figured, yeah. Oh, fire arrow,
I
eh?
shall do what I can.
I don't know what I'm going to do about that other than cure my wounds.
I fight for peace.
That was really cute. Okay, so can we step one step forward? Can I get to... That's fine.
With the powers in me. What?
Yeah.
Out!
Let us pry out their weakness.
Okay, let's Raging Beast you.
All for victory.
I shall do my best.
Man, I wish I could... Oh, well. I can't. Wish I could, but I can't.
Yeah. Sound strike.
This is exposing her to some attacks, but I'm going to guess that I can
My turn.
get some of those eliminated in time. Like this guy,
You
for
don't stand a
instance.
chance.
Could have used Rush, actually, on those.
Here I come.
Probably could have done that.
May fortune favor us.
Fell Swoop. That's a good name for an attack.
Go!
Defeat is not an option.
Nice.
Ah!
The 2 square away range. I forgot that I was supposed to get the... God damn it. The goods bag. You suck.
Go!
Yeah, they all love the flank.
Ah!
You won't beat me!
Can I... No. Man, really? There we go. Wanna fight? Fight me!
Come and get me!
Shall we begin?
Okay. can't get to him. Are you kidding me? What if I go here? I am a square away. That is not good. He's the only one who's really a problem. Alright, well that will shorten the distance until my next turn, so...
I will end this.
Don't care if they're
With
resistant.
the powers in me. Oh no!
I shall try my level best.
Okay.
Now!
Cane sword.
Now! Yes!
Your orders?
Let's see.
It's over.
It is over.
What to do now?
Alright, back attack.
You don't stand a chance!
You got nothing.
The hunt is on.
Okay, hit you. Now come here.
From where shall we strike?
I feel like Serenoi has not been anywhere near where he's supposed to be pretty much this entire fight. That's not going to be close enough. Shoot.
I ain't that slow.
I shall do what I can.
Secure you.
Your wounds are healed.
My apologies.
That's fine.
I'll take you on.
Let's see. And suck it.
I can die.
I fight for peace.
Okay.
Let us try out their weakness.
I'll defend you.
Stay composed.
Bouncy bird. Hashtag bouncy bird.
I will end this.
Have some poison.
Suffer.
Suffer. Double poison.
Suffer.
Nice. Success. Yeah, even having those spoils that you get in the map don't seem to do anything. So, all right. So now I feel like the roster has been improved enough that we should be good for the main map quest one. Because we've done all of them, right? Yeah. Let's see. We have... Still level 6. Okay. Let's save it. All right, now let's go on with the main battle. Now I think we're in a better spot for it. Let's make it happen. The battle for Whiteholm Castle commences.
Enemy soldiers!
Ooh, new music.
We've been seen.
It's Prince Roland! The Archduke himself ordered us to kill all with royal blood. You ain't getting out of here alive.
The Archduke ordered what?
My brother would order no such thing.
Yeah, that whining, that guitar in the background. I wonder if it's not the same Gustadolf.
To be allies. Why does the Archduke betray us?
That's rich. Coming from a bunch of traitor bastards. Glenbrook broke the treaty
Traitor
first.
bastards?
We've every right to seek retribution.
What do you mean they broke the
What?
tree first?
We did no such thing.
That's right. I've heard enough of your lies.
Oh, damn it, Roland.
Brace yourselves for battle, my friends.
All right. The overview option allows you to see the exact conditions that must be met in order to ensure victory. Be aware that this will not be displayed for all battles. I need Roland to reach the castle entrance, and he can't die, huh? Whoa, okay. Yellow panels indicate the castle entrance. Protect Roland and reach the entrance. Well. Green panels indicate where enemy reinforcements are expected to appear. Avoid being surrounded by any reinforcements. Secure a route for Roland. Interesting. Alright, so we want speed. Oh, no. We definitely want speed. Let's see. No. There we go. Okay, so these two have to be there. They recommend Benedict, Anna, Frederica, Gila. Not Corentin, yeah. Not Eridor. I'm surprised about Eridor. I don't think I agree with... Well... I don't know that I agree with Frederica here. I think I'm going to keep Frederica out of this.
At your service.
Oh, I take it back. These are the ones that are recommended, but...
Shall we?
Okay. So she is going... Okay, never mind. I'm confused, obviously. So the question is whether I take one of these instead. Problem is, I don't think I would take either one over Benedict right now because of his speed boosts. So I think I'd say no. I think this is actually pretty good now that I see it. So I have to get up there. Well, I have to break through that barricade, though. Stay out of that damn courtyard down there. Okay. Can I get him? Okay, here's how we do this. We go this, we switch you up here with Anna. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Hey, what's up, Triffid? How you doing, Triffid? How was your day today? I hope you got a chance to get some rest after your crazy busy workday yesterday. Yeah, let's do it. Storming the Whiteholm Castle. The battle begins.
My father is in danger. Pay our foe no mind. We make our way through the gardens.
Destroy the bulwark blocking the way. And quickly, before they call for reinforcements.
Why? Why would Asphrust do this?
Nice. 8 solid hours.
Judging
Good
by
stuff.
their numbers, they must have been planning this assault for quite some time.
I'm trusting you to get us out of here, Serenoa.
I see a path to victory.
All for victory.
Splendid!
I will end this.
Let's get you up there. Take cover.
You won't catch me.
And... well, load up. Nice. End your turn this one.
For victory!
Nice. Exactly what I was hoping for. Destroy that barricade.
The Asphrasti should never have gotten this far. What happened to the King's Guard? The hunt is on!
Let's get you over here. Ooh. Man, I wish I could just... why can't I just put Roland on the back of the Hawk and have the Hawk go? Alright, well... yeah, I think I'll blind the barricade. That's a great idea. Oh, that's really cool. That sounds like a good day.
From where shall we strike?
Shall we begin?
Haha. Wow. Clever. Mount the stairs and then fire away. Or mount this platform and fire away, huh?
I've been waiting for this.
I wonder if I can go up there.
To victory!
That was stupid. I should have done sprint beforehand.
Look at me learn.
That was silly.
Let me show you what I've learned. Two ashes.
See if I can take you down while you're up there.
Time for some research.
Icy breath from there. What's up, Coven? It definitely does have a lot of sort of Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't know, DNA in it, I guess you might say, but it also feels very much like Fire Emblem to me. I think it's maybe a little more Fire Emblem-y than it is Final Fantasy Tactics. Okay.
All for victory.
Our victory is assured.
You're going to take a while to get there. We're going to stay out of the way of the shield bearers. Stupid. Wait a minute. Alright, I'm going to poison the barricade. I don't entirely know how I do that. Oh, I can't. Okay. Can I Iron Dagger that thing? No, I have to. Okay. Alright. I don't know how I'm poisoning a barricade, but...
For victory!
Are you kidding me? I thought that would destroy it. Hawk dive. There it is.
This battle is ours.
Okay. Fly right over it.
Don't let them get inside the castle!
At a real arcade, huh?
Shall we begin?
No. What? I thought that she got hit. Maybe I was wrong.
Be at ease.
Oh, Dragon's Lair. No kidding.
I will remember this.
I remember it very well.
Now then, to work.
Wow. Man, I gotta get Frederica out of there. Okay, we're going to scorch you. Of course, if I had been thinking about it, I would have realized that that probably would have made sense for those barricades to begin with, but that's alright.
We will make our ideals reality.
Okay, now I need you to get back here. Get the hell out of Dodge. Alright, casting a fire blaze in a flammable square will set it ablaze, though there are exceptions to this rule. Squares that are ablaze deal fire damage to any units that pass through them or end a turn while standing upon them. Squares that are ablaze can be extinguished by rain and ice attacks, though there are exceptions. Fires will also die out after a set number of turns.
I'll take you on.
Okay, how about I not make that mistake again? How about I actually cast it on myself before I go?
Show me what you're made of.
Man, I still can't. Shoot. I don't have a high enough jump.
There is no
Too
mercy
spicy.
on
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
ground.
No, that's awesome. Hey, what's up, Prince Justin? And hi, Golden Drake. Hello, everybody. All right. Okay, I need you to get up here too.
This should do.
I'm gonna leave you here though because I need you to get Frederica up there too, if possible. Yeah, he's gonna try to block our path. Yep. I see it. I see it unfolding.
I will end this.
Yeah, it's going well. It is definitely going well. All right. So,
Charge!
okay. Still available to that shield bearer, but I gotta get him around.
A reward to whoever fells Prince Roland.
God. Oh, crap. Reinforcements!
Ah, there's more of them. Break through. Clear the path for Prince Roland. Father, brother, sister, I'm on my way. Be safe. Please be safe.
Defeat is not an option.
Okay.
Here I come.
Can I blind you and keep you from coming up here?
Darkness engulfs you.
Yes, I can.
fight
Blinded
to my
by
last
my bow. Wrapped up like a
heads
deuce,
shall
another
prevail.
moment. Ah ha ha ha. Alright, Gila, I'm going to have you heal first.
Your wounds are healed.
You have my gratitude.
Okay, now I need you to get the hell out of Dodge, please. There we go.
Now then, to work.
Just wait for him. Yeah, saw that happening.
I see a path to victory.
No, 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 no.
This should do.
I need you to get up here too, Frederica.
Tomorrow is a new day.
Benedict learn now. Okay. Excellent. Get out of there, please. Oh, I could have had her use a poison thing. That's too bad. It's alright, though. Let's have Dragon Spear. Forget dodge. Just get it to him.
I've
did.
been waiting for this.
Right. Can I? Just bashing the hell out of this barrier. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Damn it. Ah, because he was blinded. What?
Chance.
It's damn. Okay.
Time to work.
So he missed. Okay, good. Then I don't feel so bad.
Sound strike.
You've left yourself open.
Sound strike.
Too slow.
Okay.
For
Okay.
victory!
I I don't love... Let's see if this works.
Brace yourself!
I'm basically just running straight through them with Bouncy Horse. Because I'm trying to get there. Oh, there's more barricades there. No, there's not. Not all the way there isn't.
How dare you trespass upon my home? Be gone as frosty scum, or I will have your heads! We're almost there, everyone. I beg you. Keep at it a little longer.
God damn, dude. Oh, that's bad.
Strong. We can't let them advance any farther.
This is gonna be bad. I didn't know there were gonna be guys appearing right next to me.
Damn it!
That's a little bit, that's a little, I gotta be honest, that's really crappy. I'm in big trouble now.
Damn it, we don't have time for this.
Defeat is not an option.
No. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Really bad.
Here I come.
Can I get...
You'll get no mercy from us.
blinded?
So, it falls to me.
Okay, I need you, Dad.
I do not miss.
And silence, that's cool, although I don't...
I shall do what I can.
Okay, what I need you to do is get up there and freaking... Oh, man. Roland is way too far ahead for that. Blah. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can just run... Roland got too far out in front of his skis, is what happened. Ow.
With the powers in me.
Okay, kill him. Nice. I need Roland to go. I need Roland to go. That doesn't matter. I don't care about that. It's fine.
But
Yeah,
my
I thought Corento was in
research
trouble. It
There's
doesn't
no
matter.
mercy on the battlefield.
Move an ally's turn to directly after your own. Ooh. Oh, and I just realized something. Okay. I am dumb because I forgot that I have Quietus points. Restore an ally's hit points by 50%, heal their status ailments, restore their lowered stats to normal. Like this guy, for instance. I completely forgot I had this. Spent good money on that.
sorry to worry you.
And now I still get to use this. Oh, but I can't. I got to get him next to me. Ah, man. All right, well, you know what then? I need you to move. You got to move fast.
Well done.
Dude.
I'll take you on!
Let's see. I suppose I can't provoke, can I? Okay.
I will end this.
Okay. All right, that's great. And then I'm gone.
Shadows conceal me.
Dude, when does Roland get to go? Why does Roland never get to go?
Sheer gall.
Good God, man. No, no, no.
I'll try this.
All right, give me all my healing back, please.
I grow ever stronger.
Opportune attack. That's great. All right, at least I can't be back attacked here. That's right, you missed because of the blindness. The blindness is doing good work, actually.
When a wolf is cornered.
Let's see. Can I provoke you into attacking me? Let's see. You're feeling actual emotion at this battle? Like, I'm trying to get freaking Roland, yeah, like... Problem is, he's the fastest mover except for the... I wonder if the hawk should have been the other one who went with him. Ow! Well, Serenoia is dead.
Prince Roland, you fought well, my friend.
I don't think, yeah, and that's fine.
The hunt is on.
Oh. I mean, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to go over there for a minute and look at that. Sorry, I'm reading this quickly. Wow. What a great review. Thank you, Prince Justin. All right. Okay, is anyone going to be upset if I actually read this review? Particularly, will Prince Justin be upset if I read it? Would anyone mind if I do that? It's very exciting to be able to read a review from someone I greatly respect as a reviewer. So you would not be upset. Is everyone cool if I do that quickly? And then we will cut right back to the game, I promise. All right. All right, here we go. You know what? I'm going to have to switch. I'm going to switch over to the other screen for a minute, because otherwise I'm going to be looking over on the other monitor. All right, here we go. This is a great one, Paul. All right, here we go. Excuse me. So this is on a greenmanreview.com. Gregory A. Wilson's Gray Shade, a rewritten and revised version of the novel of the same name, introduces a conflicted and well-drawn hero, his conflicts, and yes, the start of a trilogy. Our hero is an assassin, and a holy one at that, doing the bidding of the order of the god Argoth. He hasn't questioned his job, his life, his vocation until an assassination target, his 100th, causes him to start to question matters. Events subsequent to killing that target launches the assassin into a web of intrigue, action, and adventure. This is a revised and rewritten version of the novel first written in 2016. I've not had the opportunity to read that novel, relatively rare and hard to find as it was barely published, although in an afterword and in public comments, Wilson has said there were major changes and improvements to the original. That's true. Further, the book is meant as a launch of an entire trilogy that will be funded via Kickstarter. With that business out of the way, let's look at the book and the story itself. We meet Greyshade in the midst of an assassination that doesn't go quite to plan, and a relatively atypical assassination target at that, the outwardly flighty socialite wife of a political powerful man, which in itself seems odd to Greyshade. We come to Greyshade at a point in his career where he is extremely experienced and very good at what he does. This is no coming-of-age novel where we follow the assassin through his first mission. Rather, this is someone who has past adventures and missions behind him, which grounds him for when things do not go according to his expectations. Things spiral out from the assassination not going right to the point where Greyshade starts to question his purpose, his role, and the entire order. This makes a lot of the novel about information control and dissemination, which in turn reminds me of Wilson's game mastering. The classic way to handle this information control for a lot of novels is to have a callow, untrained, new-to-the-role protagonist who can learn about the role, the world, and his situation as they go, and thus so can the reader. It's a time-worn technique. However, given that Greyshade is an assassin of no little experience, and we are dropped feet first into a first-person view of a fantasy world and setting, managing that information for the reader by other means than having Greyshade learn it himself is no little skill. Wilson has to manage both internal skills and knowledge as well as world knowledge. This is difficult for a GM as well as a writer, and I think that Wilson's skills as a GM have served and transferred well over to writing. Wilson manages and uses these skills by several methods, making Greyshade a sometimes reflective character on things he has learned. Primarily, he manages this by using an Obi-Wan for Greyshade, Chaosthenes. His advice and viewpoint, both in flashbacks and in the present when he visits him, helps provide a sounding board to understand Greyshade himself, the city of Corel, the Order, his role within it, and a bunch of the world building in the process. Wilson does some great information control here, providing information only as the reader needs it, expanding the world in an organic and realistic feeling fashion. The city, its politics, its facets comes to life in an unfolding way. The setting is tight, a fantasy city with very little described outside of it. Information control, remember. This is a relatively low magic setting, although Greyshade has something close to a magical power, as does a secondary character. In general, this is a low fantasy where blades and skill and some neat technological toys rule the day. As far as Greyshade's abilities, Wilson uses a mixture of tell, but it's really Greyshade telling us, with a larger dose of show to reveal that he really is top of his class when it comes to being an assassin. Giving Greyshade a rival, Morend, who intersects Greyshade again and again throughout the novel, provides not only a character foil, but shows off the training that acolytes undergo in the Order of Argoth. The Morend-Greyshade dynamic is some of the richest in the book. We get to see just how well-skilled and trained such individuals are, especially when they're in the same scene. A real highlight of the book, though, are the action beats. As an assassin, and a skilled one at that, with some very nifty toys and heightened senses, Greyshade does get himself into a number of really well-done and described action sequences. Wilson is very careful to go for a variety of encounters and situations, so it doesn't feel like an endless stream of encounters of stabbing bad guys. We get infiltrations, escapes, chases, and more than a few surprises that would be terrible for me to spoil. These action beats definitely keep the reader turning pages. And finally, there are the relationships and connections has and makes throughout the novel. Greyshade finds that indeed it does take a village. I almost suspect him of being a take that at novels where you have a singular solitary protagonist with no ties and no bounds, cutting a swath through the landscape. This character has bonds both positive and negative, and despite himself is fully within the web of relationships both past and present. The relationships in Greyshade's world are rich, vibrant, sharp, and evolving. Greyshade winds up getting a Padawan, an apprentice, early in the novel, although I think that his use in the narrative is not quite as effective as it might be. I found the resonances to popular culture and tropes blurred enough that they didn't drop me out of the story. I mentioned Obi-Wan before in discussing his mentor, and there are plenty of other riffs one can make in the story. In the afterword, Wilson mentions the Equalizer as an inspiration for Grayshade's story, and that definitely fits him very well. The movie Equilibrium is something that I had in mind when reading this book as well, with its well-worn tropes. However, let me be clear that tropes are not inherently bad. Tropes are a device of storytelling, a way to use popular motifs to illuminate a tale, a story, and is especially useful when trying to hold a reader's interest and hook them into the greater themes of the story. The underlying themes of loyalty, of atonement, of questioning one's past actions to make better choices in the future run from the beginning of the novel right through to its denouement. For all of the aforementioned rich action, it's a novel with philosophical resonance as well. The novel's endpoint is definitely the first part of an adventure, and does not really end on a note that provides a satisfactory conclusion as a standalone book. Grayshade does accomplish an immediate goal, but I think readers who want a tighter end to this first novel might come away a bit disappointed in that they're getting 1/3 of a larger story without a real on-ramp here. However, that said, given the stakes, issues, concerns, and the position that our titular character is in at the end of the novel, I came away not only satisfied, but quite interested and eager in what the next 2 volumes, due to be funded via Kickstarter, will hold in store. Yay! Thank you, Prince Justin. What a great review. What a really in-depth, detailed review. Thank you. That's awesome. That's a Hugo nominee right there. Double Hugo finalist right there that you heard. Thank you, Prince Justin. That's great. That's great. What a great review. I am honored. Thank you. Thank you for considering it, and thank you for the very thoughtful and in-depth review. And yes, I think those are some interesting takes too. Like I hadn't thought about Equilibrium, but yes, I can definitely see that. And I like the idea that I definitely think you pick up on the idea that this is responding to bouncing off of occasionally like cheekily throwing to the side tropes for the purpose of something larger than the trope ultimately, which is interesting what Andor Bachenko from the European Review of Speculative Fiction picked up on the exact same thing. The idea that there were some tropes to the story, but then the story uses those and basically dismisses them on their own way. So yeah. That was great. Thank you. I am honored that you took the time to review it. I also love the comparison to the GMing and the information control. And I actually had not thought as much about that as a specific highlight of the book, but I appreciate the fact that you noticed it. So thank you again, Prince Justin. That's great. So you folks can find that at a Green Man Review. And if, for example, Garlic Tofu or someone like that were to, let us say, and also, of course, Prince Justin, were to post this review, and a few of you were to like and retweet and tell everyone, oh, I hear that there's this great review that you should check out about this book coming up in a couple of weeks, I would not be too sorry about that. But no, genuinely, you already tweeted it. I gotta retweet it. But thank you, seriously, genuinely. That's a really, really in-depth review that I really appreciate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prince Justin, and a lot of really good elements of it. It's good stuff. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Thank you. Okay. So let me find this thing because I want to make sure that I retweet the tweet. Writing my tweet now. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is exciting. Thank you. Thank you very much about that. I'm going to retweet that too. Thank you, Prince Justin. Thank you. Very good stuff. I am, as I say, honored. Thank you. That was awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to switch back over, play some triangle strategy, but this time as people try to come up and take me out, I'm going to be like, bah, you can't do that. You know why? Because I got a review. So far I've got an interview that came out from Speculative Fiction Showcase, and then I have a review that's just come out from Prince Justin at Green Man Reviews. And so now we have other ones that are going to happen. Well, I wish that I wasn't getting over being sick so that my voice were a little better, Prince Justin, but because I was doing a little bit of that. I promise I am not going back through puberty. God help me. But no, it was great. It was great. And not for nothing. Obviously, as you folks know, Prince Justin is, played in games that I've played on here. I would say we're friends. I think that's fair to say. I won't speak for Prince Justin, but I certainly consider us that way. Prince Justin has a job to do to actually review it and make the decisions that he made. So I sent him one. It was up to him to review it. He did. I'm grateful that he did. But before he reviewed my work, I have read Prince Justin's other reviews and have always felt like he got this just... He has this way of kind of honing in on an aspect of a book that is extremely important and not immediately obvious, at least from my point of view, not immediately obvious, to which I'm always like, yes, that's very smart, and clearly that's a thing that I should have seen. So it's not like in my case here, it's not like I didn't know about information control or that I wasn't aware about how much balance of showing and telling, but the idea that I'm doing it in a certain way so as to kind of build an interest and enthusiasm in the world, and that has a little bit of a GMing element to it. Amen to that. Like, 100% the case. So. Yeah. And I appreciate that too, unlike certain reviews that I could mention. I didn't get anything along the line of just like, well, this is kind of, I don't know about this fantasy thing. Like, I don't know that this has any kind of like, I could easily see scenarios where it would just be not, I don't know. I can easily see scenarios where this would be a situation where like someone would review it and would be reviewing it without actually, what? Oh, I can't hit him from there. That they'd be reviewing it without particularly liking that brand of fantasy, like a dark, low fantasy, which is definitely what it is. And obviously, instead, it's taking it on its own terms.
Shall we begin?
This is the kind of fantasy it is, and in that context, here's what I think about it. So thank you. Again, I don't want to become a mutual admiration society here, but I very, very much appreciated all of that. Oh, God. Can Jayla get there? I feel like I'm exposing myself to attack, but gotta get there. Yeah. Exactly. Well, listen, Rock God, you like we were talking about the other day. That was what that for my first ever novel. Oh boy, she's in big trouble. I had a feeling she might. I was hoping that blindness might mean that she might miss. But that's what happened in the Publisher's Weekly review that I got back in 2009 that I talked about in the series of tweets about the Locust review kerfuffle from, I don't know, year and a half ago or so. And that was basically it. It was a person who clearly hated epic fantasy. So my book is an epic fantasy, and they picked it up and they basically savaged this book on epic fantasy that was an epic fantasy, and then made up stuff about it. Like, it has talking animals. There's not a single talking animal in the book. I have no idea what they're talking about. But they must have, like, scrolled through them and like, oh, look, it's a non-human race. So obviously that's a talking animal. And there's a headstrong princess. Not a headstrong princess particularly. And here's this. And again, you're under no obligation to like any book at all. But you are under an obligation to know what the hell the book's about. And if you don't want to read an epic fantasy and you don't like them, don't read them. Like, I don't like horror. It's not because I think horror is bad or that it's like lesser. I just don't like it myself. So I would never review it. I reviewed theater shows in New York City for many, many years, and I would not go watch a horror live show. Why? Because I don't like it, and I wouldn't review it and then go like, oh, this was really crap. I mean, it was really frightening and gory. Well, what the hell were you doing reviewing it then? So, yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Garlic. I appreciate that. I mean, and that, listen, and The Third Sign, I'll be the first to say, it was my first novel, and I'll be the first to say that The Third Sign had a lot of familiar elements to it, and things that I would, now I would probably do somewhat differently, and certainly books 2 and 3, which I haven't written yet in that series, would be ones that would be much better because I wrote it in, originally I wrote the first draft of it back in like 2003. So, and then obviously it went through revisions and edits. John Helfers edited that book, and it was published in 2009. Well, I'd like to think I'm a better writer 13 years later, but the idea is going after someone in 2009, not because the book is a bad book, which it isn't. I think it's a good book, but not because, you have issues with this aspect or that aspect, but because you just don't like the genre. And so you write a book, which is you write a review, which is basically like, don't ever write again, which is more or less what that review was saying, is just absolutely unforgivable. Unforgivable. Well, thank you, Garlic. I am very appreciative of that. I am currently reading Night Ivy by Garlic Tofu, which I think is lovely in turn. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, too, that book was a love letter to Tolkien, to Robert Jordan, to a degree a little bit. It was, to Ursula Le Guin. It was a love letter to some of the authors that really influenced me from a fantasy perspective when I was younger. So I resent someone then going after it and being like, just like, well, epic fantasy, bleh, bleh, spit, spit, vomit, vomit, and it's anonymous, right? So you just get to say that and then get to walk away feeling smug about yourself. I'm sorry. I've done many critical reviews in my time. I have never, in my time, ever written a review where I was literally trying to get a person to stop, in my case, when I was doing live theater shows, to stop performing. I'm sorry, it's just wrong. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The PW reviews tend to be, anonymous, actually. And again, I don't know what Prince Justin and Triffid and other people who do a lot of review stuff think about this. I also need to figure out what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing? I am doing this. I don't know what folks think about this. My feeling is that I do not personally like the anonymous review because I think that anonymity allows one, when you're talking about a review like this, allows one basically to have an agenda, which is what I think this was about that I just described. She's dead. Yep.
A sorry excuse for a royal bodyguard I am. Forgive me, Your Highness.
Nonsense, Huet. You fought honorably. Now leave the rest to me.
Exactly. If you possibly can.
I see a path to
So again, I'm not saying I'm necessarily opposed to all anonymous reviews, but you have a serious responsibility to not basically drop a rhetorical grenade and then leave the room. You just have a real responsibility to do that. And I just think, I don't know. I think it's problematic. I just think it's really problematic. That's all.
We must stay vigilant.
Shall we begin?
Yes. Can I get there in time to cure wounds? God bless America. Come on, man. Haha, garlic. All right, sleep well, Helness. Yeah, I mean, it was very angry, Rock God, right? That review. And I was just kind of like, what, like one of the, the elements like Wilson's laughably flawed, hackneyed prose. I'm like, dude, come on now. Like, I mean, I would like to think I'm a pretty good prose stylist, but like, even if you don't think I am, okay. But come on, hackneyed and laughably flawed? Really? Like, it's gratuitously nasty, and it's like, what? I can remember one review where I was sort of, not mean-spirited, but where I was very pointed in my comments about a actor, But the reason I was, or not an actor, but about a particular show. But the reason is that I found the show actually offensive because of the way that it treated its audience. And I'm talking about, you know, it clearly was a rush job. It was a long story. It was part of the Fringe Festival. It was just, it was not good. And it was actually, ironically, a fantasy musical that I think was just really, it was dreadful. And it was dreadful because it felt lazy to me. Like they basically, so I was pointed there. Even then, I didn't say laughably hackneyed, blah, blah, blah. So, you know. But anyway, who cares about that? Because if I can get good reviews like the ones I've spoken about before on here from European Review of Science Fiction, and Library Journal gave me a good one actually on The Third Sign, and, you know, wonderful blurbs on things like Gray Shade. And if I can get, you know, an experienced and highly respected reviewer like Prince Justin to give a review like that, then I feel like I'm doing something right. And it was not 100% like, you know, this was, the, you know, every sentence, the greatest book, the greatest book, the greatest book of all time. But it was a book, I think, from what I can tell, Prince Justin liked and appreciated and had some thoughts about things that he would have done differently. And that's exactly the kind of review that you want from an author. As an author that you want from a reviewer. So, yeah. Well, I appreciate that, Garlic. And that's actually, the reviews that I got were positive that were not from the big two, Publishers Weekly or Library Journal. The rest of them basically said exactly that. Like, they were like, you know, this is good stuff and, you know, shows promise for a bright future. More or less exactly that thing. So, and I'm really glad you did not stop writing, Garlic. We would not have ever met. We would not have become friends. I would not have gotten a chance to read your work. So, you know, so I'm glad that you did not stop writing. But it's wrong that a reviewer would even have put us in a position where that was the case, you know? All right. Ooh, wait a minute. Can I... Just to slow you down, maybe?
You'll enjoy this. With clear eyes, I move forward.
Where was... Haste! I could have used haste before! God damn it! I mean, I'm glad you learned it now, but, like... Haste would have been real nice. Real nice.
You won't escape. Victory is within reach.
Oh, I can't take cover. Welp. Welp.
This'll hurt.
Have a lot of poison then. Yeah, exactly, Garlic. Absolutely. So...
You won't beat me!
Yeah, so now, I mean, this gives me... you know, it really, it's inspiring to me because it makes me think, you know, there is valuable stuff about my work that is seen beyond just, you know, my publisher. And, you know, and I've heard from many readers that they have been really moved by my work, and I'm really glad to hear that. That's obviously what you want to do. But it's great to hear it from reviewers as well, and to see that it makes a connection with those folks also. So, and I do happen to believe, I mean, you know, sometimes you go to panels in these conferences, and sometimes you hear people saying things like, just like, oh, well, you know, yeah, as for me, I mean, I don't, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't, you know, reviewers are useless. I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that. I think reviewers do play a role. I think reviewers do help establish a critical context for a work. They can help set a book in kind of the larger panoply of other books like it. It doesn't mean you have to agree with a particular reviewer or that you have to listen to everything they tell you. But, you know, they are, if you find the right reviewers, they are experts in their field. And I do think that we need more respect for expertise, you know? So, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That was nice of him, yeah. Well, you know, Brandon is always... No, I don't want to do that. Brandon has always, to me, been Brandon has always been very, generous and pleasant to me whenever I've met with him, spoken with him. I mentioned before that he actually talked to my class about one of the books that I was teaching of his. So I really have nothing but good things to say about Brandon in terms of how he is personally. Now, in terms of, and I also I like his writing. I like Warbreaker. I like Mistborn. A lot of that stuff I've read Brandon's work, and I think Brandon tends to write good work. Now, Brandon has a particular kind of fantasy that he tends to write, and a particular style in which he often writes, and people have spoken about that ad nauseum, and so I'm not going to go through it again here. And there are other writers that I also like, and probably some writers that I like even more, and certainly writers that I like less. But, so I think he's a good writer who does good work and is definitely prolific, and that helps too. But beyond that, I think, he's always been a decent person to me, so. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, yeah. That's very cool. All right, so anyway, Prince Justin, again, thank you. That's a very nice gift to get on a Saturday evening. And again, I appreciate you taking the time to read it, and really, thank you. Thank you so much. And everyone should go read Prince Justin's other stuff. By the way, if you are a Hugo voter, meaning, if you're a member of the Hugo, you're a member of Hugo Worldcon, last year's or this year's, I believe, have you voted yet for... Have you voted yet for Prince Justin as best fan writer, which is, I believe, what he's up for? You should do so. Not that there aren't many absolutely, deserving people in that category, but listen, for my money. Yeah, check out the packet. No, seriously, because it makes a difference, and also, this is like, and so far, Prince Justin's been nominated for 2. Now, I have another friend who's a 2-time Hugo finalist, and that's John Helfers. But I don't have anyone that is let me think about that. I'm trying to think how many Hugos Cat Rambo has. Oh, and then of course, and Amal. Oh, well, let me think now. And Amal's got 3? Does Amal have 2 or 3? No, I know. This is your third. I know. I was going to say that. I already knew 2, but I knew this was your third that you were doing. So I was trying to figure out if anyone else was 3. Yes. I am Renegade, indeed. Okay, but I was trying to think, I think Amal has, I know she has 1 short story, and then obviously for This Is How You Lose Time War, I think she's got 2. She's either got 2 or 3, and Kat, same thing. And so, and then Martha Wells. Okay, so I'll have to say that because I am friends with Martha, I will have to say that I do have a friend who has 1 more Hugos, but that's a little unfair because if you're a friend with Martha, automatically with the Hugos, right? So yeah, it would be like being very close personal friends with Lynn Thomas, who now has won I don't know, God knows how many Hugos because of all the various things with the Doctor Who stuff and Uncanny and all that. So, but anyway, but other than that, I was going to say that a 3-time Hugo finalist, that is nothing to sneeze at, let me tell you. Why am I doing this? I'm sitting here because I'm talking to all of you, and I really need to be thinking here, too. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, chat. Here's a couple of options. I have to get here, right? So, movement-wise, what would seem to make sense is that I get here. Here's the problem with that, though. If I get here, I have this guy who admittedly is blinded, but, he's there. And he might hit me. I've got this dude who is a bowman who's going to be able to come up I don't know, here and shoot me from there, right? I've got this guy won't be able to get there in time, but this guy who's a blade He probably won't be able to get there in time. So it's this bowman here and this bowman plus these two blades and this dude. And the problem is they come up on me and attack, then I'm in big trouble. However, if I just yeah, I mean, the other option is to go here, where I'm out of range of attack. Maybe I do that. I let my troops kind of build in. I have, I get hasted. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Because I also thought about going up here, which would mean only the bowman could hit me, not the shield guy. That's funny. I can be a statue. So I could be up there. The only problem with that is that it does make me still susceptible to the bow people. If I go here, I can't be flanked. And I won't be hit until they get over to me. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to face this way. Then I'm going to bring my other troops up. And I'm going to have them, if she can survive long enough, I'm going to have, you know, haste me. And then have Benedict try to also do bulwark so I can get the rest of the way. Because all I need to do is just get him. That's all I need to do is just get him there. Oh, absolutely. I want Prince Justin to win one. Steal back means he can't be crit hit from behind, by the way, which is really nice.
I ain't that slow.
Ow. Yep.
It hurts.
Let's see. Can I... Can I get here? Yes. Okay, I can. I'm doing this because, again, it's all about Roland. It's about protecting Roland here. I want to win one, too. Well, hey, so do I, man. I mean, I know you're, you know, joking aside, that would be kind of nice. Yeah, this is probably going to be the end of Frederica. Yep.
I can go no further.
Withdraw to safety, Frederica. You have fought well.
Ooh, the music change.
Let us pry out their weakness.
I need you to be alive.
A brief respite.
Ooh.
Okay.
I shall do what I can.
What is with this movement? Why can you not move any farther than that? Are you joking me? Why can't you move any farther than that? What the hell is this? Oh my god, dude. What? I mean, I thought you could maybe get there. Fine. Can I haste you?
Make the most of this.
Hey, what's up, Backsack?
My turn.
I mean, you know. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at some point, you know, it's, so can I? No. Dude, I don't even know how to. There's just so many, like, oh, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see if it does. Oh, baby. Check this out. Rush, baby. I forgot. Rush works by getting you through squares, including barricades. Now, if he could just survive one more turn, we got it. I forgot all about that. Ow.
You won't beat me!
Everyone attack
Look to my
me!
shield!
What's the matter? All angry? Come get some. Okay, that hurt. I totally forgot about Rush there. Oh my goodness, that could be the savior right there. Because he's too far ahead of the rest of the troops. And so I was like, all right, I got to bring him up. And I was trying to get him up there as fast as I could, but... yeah.
No!
Yep, it's bad.
No!
Everybody attack her. That's right, yeah. She's not going to make it.
The truth eludes me.
That's fine. Just got to survive this. Okay. Music in this game is good, man. There are a lot of guys.
Charge!
You know what? I'm not even going to take any chances. No.
We're through.
Hell yeah.
Quickly now, to the throne room.
Hell yes. Let's go. Let's go. That is how we do it. Shout outs to Rush, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. That's what I'm talking about. Defortifying Spice. That was sick. That worked really well because we got a lot of speed from Benedict. We got some healing from Gila. Hell yes.
The Kingsguard have fallen.
That would be freaking awesome, though. That would be freaking sick, Garlic. That'd be great. Why, if it's a 50-50, why is it 0? What? The Kingsguard have fallen.
Then our foe has already been here.
This looks bad.
Damn them! Please, please let my family be safe.
What was that?
It came from the throne room.
They must have broken down the doors. We must hurry.
Why are you doing this?
I wonder if, like, he's been taken over by something. The other is an actual sci-fi book. Mine is a queer horse. You have no idea. Maybe they're into queer horses. Encroaching Darkness completed. Yes, I want to save my game. You got that right. It's like in Die Hard where the guy's opening the vault. And he's just like, you damn right I want to proceed. Okay, let's see. Okay. You mean the Midwest Independent Book Awards is not into that?
Esfrost's forces have breached the once proud walls of Whiteholm, and now overrun its majestic halls, leaving only death and destruction in their wake.
So she's a drinking queer horse. I mean...
Like bloodthirsty beasts, they search, eager to carry out Archduke Gustadolf's orders to kill any member of the royal family on sight. With the very future of the kingdom hanging in the balance, Serenoa hurries to the throne room as fast as his legs can carry him.
So, like... this is the classic, if you're going to come at the king, you best not miss. I guess Gustadolf, and I still feel like this is out of character. I wonder if Gustadolf is doing something else that's not... This doesn't seem to quite fit to me. But anyway, it feels like to me that this is one of those situations where he's like, all right, kill anyone of royal blood, and you better eliminate them, because if you leave them behind, you're in big trouble. You know? Clever dragon. Oh, wait a second. Did I hear someone? Okay. All right. Let's do it. Serenoa, we need you here. Chapter 6, Remember Me. Ooh, all right. Oh, by the way, chat, I have not had a chance to announce this yet on Twitter, but I am going to be on a panel at the upcoming Nebula convention.
Do they mean to hurt us?
Which is going to be virtual. And I'm going to be on a panel talking about narrative game design. It's going to be, I believe it is Sunday. It's either Saturday or Sunday. I have to look at it again. Not this weekend, but next weekend when the Nebulas are. So I'm going to be on a panel there, which is very cool. So I think it's cool that I got into SIFWA, and then I managed to. Yeah, I just got that news like within the last couple days, and as you can tell, still coming back from this cold, and just finished up with final grades a day ago or so, 2 days ago now, and I'm trying to catch up on everything else that I couldn't do. I'm kind of frantically getting through like a bunch of stuff, and so I'm going to be tweeting out about that at some point soon. So yeah, it was cool. Okay, do they mean to hurt us? No, Cordelia, just you.
They will do no such thing, my princess. Not so long as I draw breath.
Cease the vainglorious theatrics. The city is mine now, and not a soul loyal to his grace still lives.
See, I don't get this. Archduke of Esfrost, firm believer in freedom, broad-minded and level-headed rulers, brought his nation to new heights by promoting those with skill rather than social status. I mean, maybe he is sketchy, but...
You are all that remains. Not even the Dawn Spear can hope to triumph against such odds.
You talk and talk, but do you have the courage to test your words?
This is folly, Gustadolf. What madness has possessed you?
Seriously.
Is this how you would take revenge for what befell your father?
Nothing so petty as that, Ragnar. The war and all its atrocities should remain buried in the past.
Then what drives you to commit new ones? To tear down the future we labored so long to achieve? Do you think Hyzant will stand idly by while Glenbrook burns?
I shudder to think what ends you hope to achieve by such vile means.
Yeah.
You always did lack imagination. However, not even I foresaw the opportunity this foolish partnership would afford me.
I know about Pee-wee.
As for Hyzant, she shall meet the same fate as your beloved kingdom before long.
Whatever your aims may be, you'll never...
Aha! Did we interrupt
Brother,
something?
Are you hurt?
Roland?
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. What?
Brother?
Come on.
You imbecile! Why do you return?
Jackass. We shut up, Ronnie.
Be grateful to see me for once. I wasn't about to leave you to these wolves. You stone-headed brat.
All right, well, that's a little laugh.
If it isn't my dear Frederica and her newly betrothed, and you've brought friends.
Stand down at once. On the honor of House Wolford, we shall not let the royal family come to harm.
Sarah Noah of House Wolford, was it? Or is it Lord Wolford now? Clearly you take after your father. It was no small task to make it this far, I'm sure.
And you must be Archduke Gustadolf.
Brother, what is the meaning of this?
I am sorry for forcing this unpleasant scene upon you, Frederica. I had to take action. Sooner than anticipated.
Action? What do you...
Listen well. I, Gustadolf Esfrost, do hereby condemn the King of Glenbrook and his agents for their treacherous deeds.
Scheming to claim the riches of the Grand Norzellian mines as their own. They slaughtered my dear cousin Dragan in cold blood.
Okay, so here's the thing. We saw Dragan got shot down by S. Frosty soldiers. It was not Glenbrook. So the question is Gustadolf doing this so as to, is this part of Gustadolf's master plan? Or does he think that actually that is what happened because his brother Thalus went and Thalus was the guy? I think Gustadolf is the bad guy too here. But it is a little interesting that Thalus was the one that was set up as a consequence of this. So,
for this most heinous crime, and for shattering the trust between our nations out of malice, I declare their punishment must be swift and final.
So this is the lie you would weave.
What mummery is this? Dragan was killed by...
Silence, my lord.
Benedict?
I commend you for delivering the traitorous Prince Roland to me. He too must answer for his crimes.
what do you mean silence?
Hand him over, and House Wolford may yet see itself through this unscathed. You are my dear sister's husband-to-be. Bend the knee, and no harm shall befall.
Bend the knee. I'll bend the knee so I can ram it up your...
I will do no such thing. We won't be party to your treachery.
Your father was ever a thorn in my side. You seem intent on repeating the history. However, I fear you will not live long enough to accomplish it. General of Laura, kill them all.
Yes, my lord.
Stop! I won't let you!
Oh, man. Down goes Franny.
Brother!
Sir Maxwell, leave me! Take Roland to safety!
Yes, my lord.
What the...
My prince, with me.
He's like, all right, blah. What? Like...
I can't leave them! Step aside, Sir Maxwell!
My lord, we must flee at once.
But his grace...
Roland! Lord Wolford! There is no saving me. The future of Glenbrook lies in your hands now.
Father!
My prince, follow us.
Let's get rid of all the old people, right?
But I... Damn it all!
After them.
You would once again see Norzellia bathed in blood, Gustadolf? Truly, you are lost.
This land has long been lost, Regna. But it need be no longer.
Man. I love that Sir Maxwell is just like, yes, sir, and just like leaps over 55 steps.
This is where Sir Maxwell would have us wait.
He is readying the boat for our escape as we speak.
A wise decision. No doubt the river is our only hope of getting out of the city alive. The streets are overrun with Frosty soldiers. Our foe no doubt searches for us on the other side of this very gate.
It's a little bit odd, isn't it? Because the job was to go and rescue the royal family. We brought Roland in, then we have to like do all this stuff to get him out. I'm like, you know, we could have just like not gone in if that was going to be the thing.
Then we wait here and pray for Sir Maxwell's swift return.
Oh, the ...
Father. Frenny. Cordelia.
And what is she doing with us? She's with the enemy. What?
What?
No, I had no idea. Lies. It was your own brother that attacked the city.
What the freaking heck? First of all, it's a half-brother, and secondly, get the hell out of here.
If I had any idea he was planning such atrocities, I would have stopped him. I know not what's possessed him.
My lady speaks the truth. We are as shocked and torn by this turn of events as you.
Yeah, so stand down, Huette.
Enough, Huette. We can't be clawing at each other's throats with the Frosty army looking to hunt us down like dogs.
Seriously.
My emotions got the better of me for a moment. Forgive me.
There is no forgiveness. Yes,
Huette
Gila
means
was.
no ill, my lady. Her fellow members of the Kingsguard were slain before her eyes.
Yeah, but still.
For now, let us focus on the present. Prince Roland's safety and escape are our main concerns.
Of course.
These are trying times, but we mustn't let emotions cloud our judgment.
I still want to know why Benedict stopped Serenoa from saying who actually killed Dragon. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Benedict, you stopped me from speaking the truth of Dragan's death.
I guess the game realizes that is a strange thing.
To what end?
Gustadolf would frame Glenbrook for Lord Dragan's murder and claim it as pretext for his invasion. If he knew we witnessed the truth, our heads would already be on pikes.
What? He was going to kill us anyway, though. Like, what? I don't know. That's kind of weak, man. It's kind of weak. I gotta be honest. I don't. He was gonna kill us regardless. Like, oh no, he would have killed us faster? Like.
It would seem he still intends to put them there.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you spat in the face of his demands.
What we know could expose his claims as the treacherous lies they are.
Yeah, exactly.
If it came to light that Gustadolf orchestrated his own cousin's murder, no one would dare stand by his side.
Exactly.
Indeed. However, words have little substance on their own, especially when weighed against the power and influence the Archduke commands. Your truth would be taken as the pathetic ramblings of a desperate man.
Okay, but my escaping with the entire royal family destroyed doesn't do any of that?
Once again, your wisdom makes me feel the fool.
Skeptical Al is skeptical.
No, we are all fumbling through these dark times. You spoke and acted as the Lord of House Wolford.
Damn right.
And did so admirably.
Yeah, I did.
And yet, my actions have put everyone in danger. Father would have known better.
Let us look forward, my lord, not back. There are truths yet cloaked in the shadows. We must survive and see them brought to light. For these truths shall be the weapons by which we lay Esfrost low.
I wonder if you go to Esfrost, if Hyzant becomes the enemy. I think I talked about that yesterday, too. I wonder.
Thank you, Benedict. I promise to do all in my power to see us through this safely. Every last one of us.
I know you will, my lord. Let us await Sir Maxwell's arrival.
Purple rain, purple rain. I like that music. Sir Maxwell shall prove true to his word. We must be patient. Large hit point recovery pellet, which is definitely useful, and I have used more. I needed that restore thing. I needed that quietus thing. For sure. I needed that. Oh, damn it. There we go. I was like, I know I see something up there. Okay. Benedict is right. The other side of this gate is likely crawling with us frosty bastards. We've got to open it to get to the boat. When Maxwell comes, there'll be blood for sure. Franny. Father. What has happened? Damn it all. What have we done to deserve this fate? Everything seemed fine throughout your patrol in the establishment of the mines. What could be driving him to these evils? Regardless of his motivation, touches the guise of an ally. Such as Gibble, Hyzant will not stand idly by while the joint mining venture flounders. What could Frost hope to gain by making 2 enemies? I cannot say for sure, but Gustadolf did what he did. Doubtless there are many facts shrouded in darkness. Do you think he has a strategy for keeping Hyzant in line? That, or he has reason to believe he will defeat Hyzant in battle if it came to that. Either way, the Wolfort domain lies between the 2 powers. A precarious position indeed. Nice, Garlic. That's awesome. $800. Can I can't. Fiber. I love it. I love it. Tell me more. Tell me more. What grudge could my brother possibly bear against Glenbrook? Though the Duchy's aims remain unclear, it stands to reason that our own domain as well may soon come under siege. Still, at present it is our safest destination, and Prince Roland's only refuge. Oh. I hear footsteps in the distance. Our pursuers draw ever closer. We won't be safe here for long. If Sir Maxwell does not arrive soon with our escape vessel... With Prince Franny slain and King Regna and Princess Cordelia in Frost's clutches, the crown is in a dire position. Its future lies squarely on Prince Roland's shoulders. I must protect him at all costs, but our enemies close in around us and there are only so many arrows in my quiver. So I've invented the machine arrow. No. Could Roland not flee on your hawk? What? Circumstances aren't as dire as they seem. We only need to survive tonight and seek out allies to rally around Roland. Such a dour outlook does not suit a King's Guard. Keep heart. We fight for the royal family together. My apologies, my lord. You are right. Yes, indeed. There's no need to apologize. We are all facing the stress of extraordinary circumstances, Roland included. Let us stay by his side, as subjects and as friends. Yes, my lord, thank you. Having a stout ally such as you by our side is heartening indeed. No problem, I do what I can. Okay. Is there a ladder over there? Yeah, there is. I like these little exploration things. Like, they're not long, they don't overstay their welcome, but they really give you a chance to get some other stuff. I'm actually beginning to really enjoy this story. I don't think that this story is, like, incredibly, like, different from other... I've never seen any... I don't think it's like that. Okay. I really want the camera to do what I'm asking. But I think... and it's kind of a slow burn thing, as I said. But it's interesting, and I think they do a good job making you give a damn about some of these characters. I kind of like the story, I gotta be honest. Okay. Alright. I think I'm good, so I'm going to save it. First of all. Okay. So that's good. I save it here, and then we continue. Nice. Yes. Curses, where's the boat? Ooh, we got a battle coming up. All right, we'll talk about that in a moment. A bird arrives at the Fox Domain, carrying to Lord Landroid dire tidings from the Crown City. Would have been helpful to have Silvio, the guy who's like, let's see who wins, basically helping us out, by the way.
My lord, please reconsider. Esfrost's numbers are overwhelming. We would only be sending our men to their doom.
I will not stand idly by as the capital burns! Move, you fool! I'll go by myself if I must. I'll make that bastard Gustadolf remember how true my aim is!
It's too late, my lord. Whiteholm has fallen, and the capital has been taken.
Damn it all. Do His Majesty and the royal family still live?
There is no news, my lord.
Heavens be good. A dream of peace so soon dashed asunder. And under my watch. Your Majesty, pray live long enough that I might atone for my failure in person.
My lord, I fear there are other concerns. The Esfrosti army may not stop at the capital.
May not stop at the capital.
Yes, the three high houses might still unite against them. We must prepare for the worst. Raise the alarum. It's time to muster our defenses.
Hell yeah, alarum.
House Fawkes will not surrender without a fight.
Okay. I love those little side things too. All right. Okay, let's see if we're able to up the ante at all on any of these things. Do not have a Medal of Bravery yet. Move an ally's turn to directly after your own. That's actually, you know what? I'm probably going to get that too because that was super useful. Super useful. And that's just a natural ability that that Benedict has, but that is pretty useful. Still don't have silver. Damage up 1, max hit points, strength, defense, magic defense. I think physical defense because, well... This is a tough call. This is a tough call because... So the way that I use Benedict is I very seldom use his cane sword because it's not very good. He's about buffing others, and in particular, he's about improving their defense, their speed. He was hugely important in that last fight because he sped up everybody to get and got most of them up so they could at least provide enough support to Roland. So he needs to survive. I'm going to say Matt physical defense up 1. No, we're increasing fire damage dealt with clear weather. Interesting. Or weapon damage. No, let's increase it. Increases fire or ice damage. Let's keep him alive longer, if we can. Although I have not been super impressed with him so far, I have to say. This guy I haven't even used yet. Use more hit points. Let's go with that. And this, I think... Fire. Okay. Alright, what do you got? Alright, we have 780. What can we buy here? We're all sold out, all that. That's way too expensive. Okay, alright. So I think we're in pretty good shape with that. So let me save it, and then I'm going to see if there's any other battles to further up my level or not. Let's see, level 6... Who do you know that's 6'3", Rock God? I don't know what on earth. Aha! Speedy victory. Defeat the enemy forces before time runs out. To achieve victory quickly, you must strategize effectively from deployment to the final blow. Let's do it. We're going to commence this mock battle, because again, it will help us in the main quest. Excuse me. Alright, so we got a bandit rogue there. So we got those two dudes there. Okay, so you people are going to handle them. All right. Okay, be mindful of the time while you fight. Yeah, I know. Got to get this done fast.
I shall try my level best.
Okay, so... Whoops, no.
This should
I need you to go faster.
I shall do my best.
My turn.
49 turns left. Okay.
Suffer.
It's for life.
Nice. Leveled up again. I like Anna. You know, the double effect of the being able to go twice is helpful. I'm not worrying as much about preventing back attacks. I'm worried about speed. That's interesting, actually. What if I go... Okay. Alright, here's why I do this, chat. I go... Now, I could go here, right? And then if I go here and I attack, I'm going to get the back attack with Benedict. But remember, I told you, Benedict does not have a very strong attack. Because that's not what he's about, right? So here's, I think, the thing that makes more sense. I need to get this guy, too. Because, again, we have, like, a limitation on turns, right? So instead, I'm going to come here. I'm going to rush, which is going to put me here when all's said and done. And I'm still going to damage him, but I'm then going to be right next to the bowman. Like that. And I'm going to place myself there.
This battle is ours.
I mean, alright, well, maybe it's ours. We'll take it easy. We'll see. Again, I'm trying to maximize speed, so I put her here. She has to be a minimum of 2 squares to be able to attack from range. So I move her here, attack from range. Next turn I can maybe go and get that bowman, which is what I really want to be aiming for.
Yeah.
Now this prepares me for like a back attack and all that, which is why I normally wouldn't do this if it weren't for the fact that it's a speed battle. So...
From where shall we strike?
All right. Five turns left. That's fine.
I'll take you on! I love the battlefield.
I could have done a little better with that turn.
Make the most of this.
Haste you up. All right, and go there.
Time to take action.
All right, Julio. Now, I have not used Julio before. Or, sorry, Julio, I guess. Grant 1 TP to an ally. Raise their strength and magic attack 3 turns. Curved blade. All right.
We can do this. Splendid.
Okay. 42 turns. Shadow slitching. Ooh, ow. Ow twice.
Allow me.
Can I get to... No, I can't. Okay, poison should take him out the rest of the way. So there we go. Because our fire damage is up because it's clear skies.
Now then, to work.
Okay, you're frozen.
I do not miss.
My research bears fruit.
Okay.
Damn it! No!
Man, there's not even a real flank.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Let's see.
I have your back.
I shall do my best.
Okay.
I will end this.
Okay.
Yeah. Victory is within
I'm
reach.
gonna take this guy out.
Allow me. Victory is within reach.
Okay. Immobilized, but
Forward.
all right, you're dead.
This ends here.
Nice.
My skills grow sharper.
Serenoa learned counter stance. Okay, good. 36 turns left. That's bad. Okay, you need to use some healing right now.
Now!
Okay,
My pride is my shield.
I'm gonna stay there because that immobility thing. Nice. Poison took him out the rest of the way. What? Oh.
I will end this.
Come on, dude. I was beginning to wonder. I'm like, you know, this seems a little too easy. And, yep.
With the powers in me, I will do what I must.
Blazing chains. Death and chains. Death and chains. Bloody chains. Bloody chains.
I don't feel well.
Be at ease.
Whatever it takes.
All right, let's see. Bandit Bruiser, huh? Okay.
Goes.
Nice.
An honor and a privilege to serve.
Damn it.
I've been waiting for this.
Almost gone, but not quite.
Now then, to work.
done here.
Yeah, we are. Okay. Ow.
I shall try my level best. Sloppy, just as I planned.
Okay.
Your orders?
My orders are I gotta take this dude out.
You won't escape.
Are you kidding me? He's right below you. How did you miss?
You won't escape.
Thank you. Jeez. Come on, man. I have the high ground and all that. Still with the immobility? Well, him being frozen has not been good.
I'll try this.
Let's get the hit points back. Thank you. Glad you can move now.
Boogie.
Nice. Okay, now we gotta book it up there, man.
Defeat is not an option.
Let's go Hawk Dive. Yeah, yeah.
I'm a fool. Impressed?
Ha ha ha! Counter stance mean I counterattack you now. Smart guy. I don't have it. That's annoying. Okay, so who do we have left? We have that bandit who's almost dead. We have that bandit and that bandit who's almost dead. And that bruiser. "25 turns left. Let's see if we can get there. 24 turns.
Don't feel well.
Gotta take that dude down.
One step closer to our hope.
No side attacks there.
Whatever it takes. Enough!
That was dumb. I should have gone into that spot where the spoils were. Oh well. 22 turns left.
To work.
Okay.
I do not miss.
Freeze you to the ground.
To further the arcane arts.
It's the second time he's leveled up so far, actually.
I'll
21
take
turns
you
left.
on. Show me what you're made of.
Okay. Facing you down, bro.
Their weakness. Preparation is key.
Okay, I want you to go now. Yeah, no. You can't win. I have the higher ground. You can't win. You have the higher. Mostly it's just he can't win. Like, that's what it comes down to.
Charge!
I can't get there. Are you kidding me? Just in case.
Here! The tides are turning.
18 turns left.
Ha! Your luck has run out. We breached their defense.
Okay, take him out, please.
Your luck has run out.
There we go. Ow.
You'll get no mercy from us.
Defeat is not an option.
Okay.
Perish.
Nice.
I will end this.
15 turns left. That guy's the only one who's left. Okay.
Shall we begin?
Get that.
Be at ease.
And start moving in this direction, although I don't think we have 14 turns to do it. So, or can do it in 14 turns. Haha, the miss.
Strike while the iron's hot. This is far from over.
Your judgment is sound.
Okay, 12 turns.
To work.
Come on.
Goodbye. All right, did it. Won the battle in the right time. 7 kudos, 860 coins. More timber and fiber. Yeah, that, because you're definitely constantly processing about actually not just the speed, but also in terms of, because as I say, I made tactical decisions there that I would not have made if it was not about the timing. So, yeah, for sure. Oh, you have not been here. What's up? Did you see me in the battlefield? Trust me, there's a lot more where that came from. I didn't actually see you in the battlefield. Okay. Now, I think I have kudos now, which means I think I can level up something else. Maybe? No? Need more fiber. I bet you've used up most of your stuff too. Because they don't let just you buy your way out of stuff. Like, they give you some of these things, but like, I'm sold out of that stuff. So they're sold out of that stuff. Strength ring, magic ring, defense ring, magic defense ring. Ooh, defense ring would be nice for... I think I'm going to do a defense ring for Roland because I want him to basically... I want Roland to basically, when he gets out in front of people, I want him to be more defended. Because otherwise, his speed, because he's so much faster than a lot of the other people in the army, like, what's the point then if I'm going to do that? And he's just like, whoops, okay, well, I guess you're... So now, in a situation where he gets out over his skis, as it were... Okay. So, good stuff, good stuff. Now we can do the fight out there. Alright, recommended, level 9. Let's see how we do.
My prince, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've managed to procure a boat for our escape. It should arrive anon.
Thank you, Sir Maxwell.
Would that I could have done more. You did well to stand against Gustadolf. Your father would have been proud to see it.
Let's save the pleasantries until we're through the gate, huh? Everyone ready?
We are. Open the gates, Eridor.
Whatever you say, my lord. Here's hoping we can make it through without those bastards on the shore noticing.
And then they open this massive gate. And I'm sure everyone is just like, oh, that just always happens. Gate always opens just on its own.
Over there!
There's too many of them. We need to turn back.
That's the sound from Grimrock. It almost sounds like.
Give
Oh,
it up!
great.
There's nowhere to run!
Those dudes are that high up.
Damn it. They've shut us in.
Is this it? If this is where I fall, I'm taking these frosty bastards with me!
Don't be so quick to throw your life away, my prince.
Yes, we haven't lost hope yet. The boat will arrive shortly. We only need to fend them off till then.
Can we do that?
I fail to see why not, if you lend us your strength, that is.
As if I would do aught else.
Form around the prince. Protect him.
The prince is on the bridge! Seize him!
They pour from the castle like rats.
I shall defend the rear.
Great. This is great. This is great. This is all wonderful. Secure the drawbridge. We can't let Roland fall. Okay. Defeat all surrounding foes to ensure safe passage. Gate lever, yep. Pull the lever to open the gate and reach the drawbridge. Open the gate, move a unit to square adjacent to the lever. Break through the gate and capture the drawbridge to make your escape before the enemy surrounds you. Okay. Okay, I need my hawk up front. Alright, so my plan is to have Roland go for the lever. We'll see whether Frederica can help clear some of the way with her stronger Scorch and all that. Helpfully have Eridor occupy everyone's attention. Corentin can help with that too. And then have Anna try to get up basically here and deal with these dudes. Those guys. Those guys. Okay. The battle begins.
The gate to the drawbridge is shut tight. We must find a way to open it, and quickly.
There should be a mechanism nearby.
Leave our pursuers to me. Open the gate, whatever it takes.
I see a path to victory.
So do I. Roland, I need you moving fast.
This is our chance.
Ready for more.
For the future of House Wolford.
It's like a demonic Hans Zimmer. Whoa. Let's go there.
I will end this.
Okay, well, since you positioned yourself here.
Allow me. Victory is within reach.
Okay.
Allow me. Victory is within reach.
Okay.
I feel stronger already.
For my kingdom.
Let's see. That way, because they had already gone.
Charge.
Okay. Let's see. I think this is right.
Yes. Did you see that?
We go there.
The hunt is on.
Okay. Please be blinded.
Darkness engulfs you.
It did.
I shan't hold back.
From where shall we strike?
Okay. Let's go with.
Leave it to me.
Nice. Good work. Good work.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Cure wounds.
My apologies.
That I have not played FF15, and that's interesting.
Show me
Right.
what you're made of.
All right.
I will end this.
Ooh, I should be able to. Blazing Chains. Deal fire-type magic damage to an enemy. Slow their movement by 1 for 3 turns and set the ground ablaze. That all sounds good.
With the powers in me.
Okay.
To work.
No, 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 no. No. Ah. Thought that was an area effect. Yeah. I screwed up. Yes, that's true. That's true. That was unfortunate.
Good try.
That's right, you missed him because you're blinded.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Whoops, no. Let's see.
Stay composed.
Defense.
Ready for more.
I shall protect you.
Strike true.
Whoa.
We win.
Nice job, Sir Maxwell.
Time to work.
Love to get those spoils, but I gotta move here. Boop, boop, boop. This is reminding me of Zelda. No, it doesn't work. Let's see. How about if I go? And have some poison.
Suffer.
Damn it! My turn.
Okay. Commands that do not fall into the Actions or Items tab will appear in a tab marked Special. The gate is open.
It's open. Go.
Oh, crap. Any reinforcements have arrived.
Don't let them escape. Capture the royal brat. Kill all the others. Protect the prince.
No matter how many come, our blades will keep them at bay.
They've overrun the bridge already. Very well. We cut our way through.
Yeah, great. Oh my god. I hope Sir Maxwell... A pursuing party has emerged from the castle. Here's hoping Sir Maxwell can handle these guys.
There they are. Seize the prince.
Quickly now, before more arrive.
Here I come. Rudy! My pride is my shield.
Okay. Ow.
Defeat is not an option.
We've really got to move.
Now I end this.
Okay.
To lead, I must grow.
It's a lot of guys. Yeah. Ow.
I'm a fool. Maybe next time.
Let me heal your wounds.
Yeah, please do.
Allow me.
Okay. Good.
My growth is plain to see.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I fight for peace.
Can't get up there, can I? Music is...
Stay right there. For a better world.
Where was I?
Okay, I'm trying to move towards... trying to move in that direction, but... Okay, can I actually now do the thing I'm supposed to do?
My research bears fruit.
Okay. Ow.
You won't beat me. I'll be
By
your
me.
shield.
Okay.
I love the battlefield.
Oh, careless of me.
Not this time. Nice try.
All right, it's 3 versus Sir Maxwell.
That's it. I see a path to victory.
Okay, let's see. Increase her movement and jump. She's in big trouble.
Let us reverse our fortunes.
Oh, I didn't know it also heals
Prepare
him.
to face the Dawn Spear. Your final moments approach. That went well.
I can still
Nice.
move.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna go here. Throw poison at you. And then take cover.
Into the shadows.
My turn.
He can get up there somehow. I'm so tempted to do that because I just want to see how he actually goes up there on his horse. Yeah, of course. 30 years old, right, where he was ancient, yes.
No, not here.
Father.
God damn it. You critically hit her.
Flight.
God damn it. Oh, can you...
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get down here. Move this way. Yeah.
Defeat is not an option.
Okay. Trying to get onto the bridge. Can I take it to the bridge? Ow. That hurt a lot. 4 shield bearers, man. It's a lot of shield bearers.
I shall do what I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
Be at ease.
I'm gonna need her healing powers shortly.
Wouldn't mind a potion.
Wouldn't we all, my dude? No. You're gonna get a potion right now. May not matter because it's gonna get leveled here in a minute, but
You won't beat me!
okay. Can I provoke first of all?
I'll be your shield.
Okay. I'm moving a little slower than I'd like, but
Nice try.
That's it? Not this time.
Let us pry out their weakness.
okay. Who could I send now? Oh, and I have Restore. I forgot about that. All right. Could have used that on Frederica now that I think of it. Let's see. Okay.
I have your back.
That'll do.
Can't believe I was about to end the turn without her healing herself. Amazing. Okay. And I can do another one of those, actually. Do I want to do another one of those? Yeah, that time, because I can't move a second
Prepare
time,
to
so...
face the Dawn Spear.
It's not over yet.
No, it's not. It's pretty close.
I'll try this.
Okay. Where do I go? Go here. And set my back to the bridge. Really wish he had Counter-Strike. That'd be lovely. Thought I had her facing that way. God damn it.
Now I yank this.
Hawk dive. Okay.
I won't give in.
Okay, I'm going to use this on Hewitt. There we go. Okay, I could really use Blinding Arrow in this dude.
Darkness engulfs you.
God damn it. No, I'm not supposed to end the turn. I'm supposed to restore. What the frick, dude? Man. Really? You push back 3 squares? Really? Really?
But
Yeah,
my
well.
research.
I shall do what I can. Make the most of this.
Okay. That attack sucked.
You won't beat me!
Oh, careless of me! I see a path to victory.
Okay, so I already have that ability to do that thing, so...
A brief respite.
Bulwark, increase your defense.
This is wonderful.
Okay, so...
Now!
Okay.
This'll hurt.
It's not taking cover, but...
Leave it to me!
Let's do it right before then, I suppose.
Prepare yourself.
Triple thrust is great. It'd be great if you could hurry it up, though, Sir Maxwell. I don't like it. I hit a lot of them, but it means that I don't actually get close to, it means I leave myself very exposed. I do not like it, Sam, I am. Okay, let's see. Let's get Sarah Noah next.
You don't stand a chance.
You're open.
Okay. Don't want to get flanked, so...
From where shall we strike?
That hit
Okay.
the mark.
Gotta get these shield builders out. Crap.
Impossible. Back at you. Ah, this can't be.
I ain't that slow.
Okay.
Nice try. This can't be.
Steal back.
I won't give in.
All right, let's see.
Darkness engulfs you.
Good, blinded. Dude, I can't get... I just need to get the damn people off this bridge. Wow.
Impressed?
Damn it! We've been weakened.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have.
Be at ease.
This is close, people. I don't know that I'm winning this fight. Don't know that I'm winning this fight. This is tough.
Back at you.
Come on, dude. Freaking... Big trouble. Thank God for the fury.
Nice try.
Good God, man.
My turn.
You've left yourself open. That hit the mark.
This will prove you.
Surmount. I don't know what the hell that means. Move to an adjacent space with a height difference within 15 units. Okay. That's nice.
This is the end. Victory is within
You've
reach.
left yourself open.
Okay, good.
To lead, I must grow.
I've been waiting for this.
Let's see. Can I hit... Oh, wait. Yes, everybody attack me. I'm the one you want. All right, good night, Trippin. Everyone follow me. Sir Maxwell, Tim Verse.
That's it?
What to do now?
Okay. I hate to do this, but if I can't have him go down.
I'll try this. I shirk from no danger.
Okay, that will prevent flanking as well.
Prepare to face the
Sir
Dawn
Noah?
Spear. Farewell.
I see a path to victory.
Okay, let's see. Can I... All right, Serenoa.
Reverse our fortunes.
Needed that. Big time. Also, again, prevented flanking.
For the honor of House Wolfort.
Okay, I'd like you to delay, please. That's right. Everyone coming. I've gotten a lot of use, actually, out of that taunt. Because he can, like, absorb a ton of damage. Please do not die.
I won't give in.
Whoops.
Boogie.
Okay. Nice. Okay, good. I love it.
The truth.
Jesus God, man. I just could not get her under the bridge. I was just like, come on, man. Could not get her under the bridge. Sir Maxwell's in trouble, too.
Nice try.
This can't be! Damn it! No!
That bulwark really doing some work.
This can't be!
Your orders?
I don't want to poison you.
Suffer. Sound strike.
Leave it to me!
Okay, take cover. Let's go. And I'm out. I thought about attacking him again, but I need to keep people up and moving.
My turn.
Okay.
My lance strikes true.
We win. Victory is within reach.
Let's see. We go here.
Death must wait.
Prevent that flanking.
Prepare
Protect this weight.
Just as I planned.
Almost
Only a
dead.
flesh wound. Now or never.
I need him not dead yet.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Okay.
There is always a way.
So he will go next.
My knowledge grows deeper.
Everything I can where I can block a flank. Keep him from getting locked in.
You don't stand a chance. You've left yourself open.
Okay. Should have actually maybe had Serenoia go there.
That's it?
For the honor of House Wolfort.
This camera is annoying. All right.
I'll make this quick. What have we here?
That guy's almost dead.
It isn't over yet.
Goodbye. Allow me.
Nice. Okay. The shield bearers are the problems. I don't know if Sir Maxwell can hold them back for long enough. But, like, I got him on the bridge. I just have to, you know.
My turn.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Wide open.
God damn it, don't miss. Ah.
Yeah. Victory is within reach.
Nice. Okay, good.
For victory.
Okay, now this is gonna be sweet if I can get this to work. Whoops, nope. So if I go here, don't have enough for rush. Man, I need 3 more. That sucks. All right, well. That's better, yeah.
It ends here.
Took out 1.
I must hold firm.
Yeah, you must.
There.
That was dumb. I don't know about doing that, man. Ouch.
Defeat is not an option.
You just went, so.
Ha!
Okay.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Give him some
Let us
bulwark.
seal our defense.
Can't spell nice with that ice speech.
Much appreciated.
Sigh. Okay.
Ha! That tickled.
Okay, everyone attack me.
Look to my
This
shield.
provoke thing has been doing such good work. Such good work.
Got something up my sleeve.
Nice, I learned Ram Foe. I don't know what the hell that is, but it sounds good.
Not this time.
Your Highness.
God damn it.
Impossible. Not this time.
Time to work.
Let's see.
What have we here?
Okay, good. Throw poison, get you to suffer. I mean, there's no way he's holding this thing.
Nice try. Impossible.
I'll tell you what, like,
Brace yourself. Defeat is not an option. Death from above.
hawk dive.
Follow my lead.
Okay.
Death must wait. You can't save yourself. Just as I planned.
Lance Hurl, okay. I mean, Sir Maxwell has admittedly been holding back like 85 million dudes on his own.
afraid this may hurt.
Nice.
Come
Okay.
at me!
All right, now. So I've got to get these enemies off this bridge. Don't get here, don't get here, don't get here. Okay, I don't think they're here yet. I was afraid of that. Come on, Sir Maxwell, hold him off.
That's it?
He's in big trouble. Oh.
My spear grows heavy. Keep the prince.
Yep. God damn it. Ah. Kidding me with this nonsense.
Be gone.
Okay.
For the honor of House Wolford. Perish. Leave it to me.
Okay, we got him. That should be it. Convictions have been strengthened. Yes! Woo! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, that was sick. 2710, we got there. We needed to just clear that section. That was sick. That was sick. Hey there, Zygor.
The boat arrives. Come, with speed.
Prince Roland, will you leave your brother unavenged?
Come on, Roland.
You!
God damn it. Come here.
Go. Leave this place. The Archduke will be content with your father's head.
Don't have time for this, Roland.
Never. Esfrost will answer for its crimes today. Your Highness.
Help them you could, but you will destroy all for which they have fought and suffered.
A shame. You might have lived a long life.
So long as I stand, you'll do him no harm.
Sir Maxwell!
My prince, you are responsible for more than just your own life now.
Exactly.
You are a leader, and must be the beacon others look to when the night is darkest.
Oh, nice.
My friends of House Wolfort, I leave Prince Roland in your care.
Let me go!
Release him to me, and there may be mercy for you yet, Maxwell.
Man, we're losing Maxwell.
Tis you who should be seeking mercy.
Must you do this? Very well.
Nice. I love that. I love that logo. Look at that. Look at that crest.
You were only toying with me at the tourney.
Only a fool shows what they can do when the stakes are so trifling.
I could not have said it better myself.
I know something you don't know. I am not left-handed either. Oh! Dang! Well, what? Did he just wipe out 7 soldiers? God damn.
How do you still stand?
You were this realm's fiercest warrior, Dawn Spear. But today your sun sets, and a new age begins.
Damn. Wow. That doesn't mean that she killed him, though. It means she not... Okay, well... Maybe he didn't make it. Sir Maxwell! Remember me completed. No, I was hiding my true power. Yeah, exactly. No, it's over more than 5,000. This is good. I'm really enjoying this a lot, and the levels too are all very different in terms of what you're trying to complete. This is good. Good stuff. Wow. There was a lot that went on there. And of course, if Roland had just kept his ass moving instead of being like, "No, I need to come back and help you." Shut up. Do your job, guy. Okay. So we're just going to get to the other side of this, and then we're going to wrap up, I think, for the evening. Or any good kung fu movie, right? Where it's just like, no, you're wrong. No, you were wrong.
And so it was that the once proud kingdom of Glenbrook did fall. Aesfrost seized control of the Crown City, threatening to bring the surrounding domains under its iron yoke. Now the Archduke's army marches upon House Wolford's stronghold, where Prince Roland is being sheltered by his loyal friends and allies.
That's going to be great. Chapter 7, Part 1. A Soul Upon the Scales. Some good titles.
Now the Archduke's
No,
marches upon House Wolf.
That's what I meant to do. Make sure I'm not missing anything up here. Alright, let's hit up the encampment. Let's see if there's anything else I can do there. Probably not. I also like that when people die in the battle, they don't die. Like, so there is almost it's almost like resource management on a certain level. Close quarters combat. Level 10. Alright, I'm not going to do that right now, but that's good to know that it exists. Do I get a badge of something? When do I get one of these freaking medals of bravery? Okay. Let's see. Can't do that yet, apparently. Right. There's the Medal of Bravery. I was just asking about that. Okay, so now I can level someone. Let's see what we got. I can promote a class. So I could promote him to a sword fighter. He'd get 14 strength, 10 magic attack. Or I could promote Anna to assassin. Strength 14, accuracy 17. Those are the only two I can do. Anna is useful. I mean... Oh. I can't. The only one I can promote is this one. Why is she the only one I can promote? Oh, because she's the only one who's level 10. Oh. Alright. Exactly, Gaia. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Anna... So here's the thing. Here's what I feel about these characters so far. Haven't used him enough to know. Haven't used him at all, so... Obviously, Serenoia is a badass as a fighter. I do want to improve the amount of damage that he's doing, but his Hawk Dive and other stuff has been pretty badass, and he's the only one in the group that can counter. Roland is clearly my fastest guy in terms of being able to make moves. He also, with his lance, can hit 3 people at once. The rush thing saved our ass the last time. So, Roland is one of my best people. Like, right now, I would say Roland is like top 3 for sure. Benedict has been super, super useful for all kinds of things, but I don't want to make, when I only have one of these Medals of Bravery, I don't want to make him the guy that uses that comparatively, because I need someone that's actually doing more damage. Frederica just can't stay alive long enough. I need to figure out a way to boost her physical defense, something like that. Gina's she's my only healer. She's awesome, but she's 2 levels away, and I don't know that I want to wait that long to be able to use this. Anna has been one of my top 3 also because of the double attack. The fact that she can attack twice, the throw poison has been clutch, taking cover has been huge. Anna's been very good. She's like right up there with Roland for me. I feel like Huette needs a little more leveling. Huette is good, but not as good as I want her to be. Eridor has been super clutch, and especially in the last few levels. And like... was hugely important in being able to like basically occupy everyone's attention. So his defense, everything else was super great. I don't know what Ram Foe does, but he just got that one and presumably that'll be good as well. So he's also top 3. Frankly, Corentin has been pretty disappointing and doesn't stay alive long enough, and I don't know. Not enough people are affected by ice. So to me, this is between the 3 top people that I have are Serenoia, Roland, and Anna. Those are my top 3. Oh, no. I take that back. Not even Serenoia. Serenoia is probably like 4. My top 3 are Roland, Anna, and Eridor, and Serenoia is like right there. So, you found out how you earn them. So I'm trying to decide... See... The 2 that I would choose would be either Anna or Roland, but here's the thing. Roland has speed, physical defense, and can hit a bunch of people at once. Whereas Anna can only usually hit 1 person at a time. Yes, she can throw poison, which does have effects over time, and she can take cover. If I had 2 Medals of Bravery, it would go to Roland and it would go to her. But I think as it stands, and look, he's at experience 98. So when he gets to 100, he's literally 2 points away. When he gets to 100, that brings him to level 10, and then he'd be the next one I use. So I think I'm going to save this. This is the person that I want. Roland would be my first choice to get leveled to Cavalryman. And then second would be Anna. Well, no. I think my first choice would be Roland. My second choice would be Eridor. My third choice would be Anna because of the way these things are used. That's what I would say. And then after that, it would probably Serenoia. And then, I don't know. Then I'd have to think about it. So, no, Anna's great. And I seriously thought about it because Anna's like ability to attack twice has been legit. But I don't think it makes sense based on how the combats have been going to this point. As great as Anna is, the one who's been the most important here, the 2 most important figures have been Eridor and Roland, with a lesser example of Anna and some Serenoia, not counting like support characters. Yeah, I mean like Eridor is very good, and I thought about it, but Roland can pack a punch too. Remember, like his physical defense is going to be 18 if he levels, right? But think about it this way. His physical defense is 15 right now. So, you know, Eridor's defense is maybe, I don't know, 16, 17, something like that. So it's not like he's way, way more. He does have steel back, which is hugely helpful to prevent critical attacks from the back, but that all the more reason that I want Roland up. I think that's what it's going to be. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think it's going to be Roland, and then next would be Eridor, and next would be Anna, and then Serenoia. That's what I would do. So. All right. Do you have new items? Because I used a lot of healing potions, like healing recovery pellets. Oh, wait. I have to find out how much it costs to level up. How much does it cost to level class? It costs... Oh, just a metal braid. Okay, it doesn't cost anything? Great. I mean, other than the metal? All right. That's fine. So, in that case... Tilted came in with a prime sub. What's up, man? A year of support overall. How you been? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Recovering from a bad cold, but hanging in there all right. How have you been, sir? I haven't talked to you in a little while. Oh, I completely... All right. I looked at completely the wrong thing. How many they had on stock. That was the part that I screwed up. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate it. You know, also... Shoot. I could also have... I didn't think about this, but I could have... gotten that ring. Man. That was dumb. I would never sell the Medal of Bravery. No chance. Yeah. Alright, that's alright. That's alright. Let's see. So, I now have 10 recovery pellets. And I have 2 large HP recovery pellets. I used a lot the last time, so... Okay. Alright, and that's the way that is. Okay. Save that. Okay, I'll save in the exact same spot. All right. And there we go, folks. What a fun session tonight. A lot of good stuff. A lot of intrigue. A lot of intrigue. There's definitely, this is one of those deals that if you were not here at the beginning, you might have some difficulty figuring out exactly what the hell was going on. That is quite possible that would occur. But this was great. And in the middle of it, I got a review of my novel Gray Shade, not yet released to the general public. It was a great review, very well written and very thoughtful and generally positive, and it was good. I was very pleased with all of it. So let's turn the power off on this bad boy. There we go. Make sure that's all set and plugged in. Working on the farm, we're transitioning into the summer crops. We got a late frost, so our sour cherries are a no-go this year, but other than that, we're doing all right. Well, I'm glad that you're doing all right, man. I actually was thinking about you a couple of weeks ago when I was thinking about how California's going to handle stuff in terms of drought and stuff like that. Because you're out in Cali, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I remembered that was the case. Is that the case? I thought, he said. He said wonderingly. Ah, okay. Well, the Patreon page is back up and functional now. That's good to know. Okay. So I'm glad to hear that, man. I really am. It has been a very, obviously, crazy, strange sort of year. It's been a strange period of time is what I meant to say over the last couple of years. So anytime I hear that someone who's a good person is managing to hang in there, that is a victory as far as I'm concerned. I'm glad to hear it. So, but I'm going to rise up on out of here, folks, because it is late. Although I don't think it's too late for us to do a raid. I think we can do a raid. We did not do one the last couple of times. So I think that we could do a raid here. Let's see what we've got. Let's see what is available to us. I know exactly who we're going to raid. I know who we're going to raid, and it's going to be awesome. When we raid, we're going to do this, which is if you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is Arvany hype, Argonauts has landed, Arvany roar, Arvany hype, Arvany roar, Arvany whoa, Arvany witch, Arvany smug, Arvany love, all the Arvanys you can do when you are brought over auto-magically to the channel that I'm going to bring you folks to. If you like what you saw and heard, I hope you'll follow the channel. I hope you'll check out our YouTube, the exclamation point RVTube, Discord, the exclamation point RVCord, Twitter, the exclamation point RVTweets, website, which is arvanelleron.com, financially, exclamation point RVShop for our merchandise area, that thing, which is now working again, Patreon, exclamation point RVTreon for that, which really is the financial backbone of the channel, makes possible for me to do lots of this stuff in terms of the, actual physical setup and, technical stuff that I'm able to do. So that is all thanks to you, lovely folks. Exclamation point RVTreon for that. And again, subbing to the channel is always a great thing. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and also inspirations to help our tabletop players. You can also get inspirations from the Patreon as well if you support at a high enough level. Exclamation point RVTweet. Yes, okay. So as I say, subbing to the channel is great too. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And both Athos Arts and Alligator Alley are working together on the aforementioned Greyshade, the review for which just came out. Well, one of the reviews for which just came out from Prince Justin. It was awesome. And you will be able to support the Kickstarter for that, which will be launching very soon. The book releases on May 31st. Kickstarter goes live 2 weeks after that. Exclamation point Greyshade KS. For any details about that, please mark your calendars. It's kind of an important one for me. So please make sure you mark your calendars and find out about that. So that's the deal with Greyshade. Of course, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, Ukraine, very important as well to support the people who are fighting against an illegal and illegitimate imperialist war, trying to fight back, and the millions have been disrupted, can be helped in many ways, big and small, and you can contribute in your own way by jumping over to that link and being able to support there as well. Also, people, remember to mark your calendars for ArvCon, which is happening in 2 weeks, believe it or not. We are only 2 weeks away from ArvCon, which is going to feature lots of tabletop play, a concert. It's going to feature a special event. It's going to feature interviews with cancer research scientists. It's going to feature, I think I mentioned the concert. It's going to feature lots of giveaways. All of that is coming in 2 weeks, all to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So please make sure you mark your calendars. On Tuesday, I will be announcing the lineup for that. I will be announcing all the different events and things like that. And I'll be announcing the corporate sponsors that we have up to this point, although I'm leaving the door open in case a few more companies want to jump in over the next week and a half or so. But I am at least going to put the ones that I have as of right now. So, so definitely make sure that you stop by for that. Also, remember that there is more Sound Clash the Clampdown coming your way later today on Sunday on this channel. I believe it is 7 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. But that will be brought to you by Brandon O'Brien, the Rising Tides, and the rest of that amazing crew of players. So that's going to happen on Sunday. Monday, we have another bag of giving event with Kat Rambo as your GM of the game Monster Hearts. And that is to benefit Max Ottawa and Trans Texas. And then Tuesday, I'll be back with Adventures in Middle Earth, and hopefully with my voice a little bit better and not quite as, I'm getting over a cold, tired. So there'll be that, and then we will have at 4:15 p.m. Eastern over on GogCom's Twitch channel, the Talisman Adventures, sponsored as always by Pegasus Spiele. So that's what we've got going on over the next few days. There will be more Triangle Strategy towards the end of the month, but that's what we've got going on right now. So lots of tabletop and other stuff to do first. But that's going to do it for me. I want you to stick around, please, for the raid. If you folks liked what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow the channel, as I said, and yeah, please make sure to let people know about the show. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Best in the Business. We also had Hillness. We also had Triffid earlier on. We also had Coven stop by. We had a lot of mods, Garlic Tofu. So we had a bunch of people that were here. So thank you, all the lovely people. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Tilted Gaming, Mrs. Dunsel, Trendane. Always a pleasure to have all of you lovely folks here. Thank you as well to my viewers, to Burleon, Bagzak, Crit Twitch, Darksteel Spork. Thank you to Darth Sisu, Gaia Shield, Harlequin, Infinity Simplex, Lana Ray. Thank you to Lair. Thank you to Moradin, Nonstop, Optic Nerve. What's up, Optic? Thank you to Saralna, Spartacus, Warrior Guy, Zygor, and Yamikkel. Thank you so much to everybody, and I will see you folks here Sunday for some Sound Clash the Clampdown by Brandon O'Brien. Otherwise, please stick around for the raid, and as always, please be good to each other. Have a good night.